What is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to The Rage. I am The Rage, and I am starting all by myself tonight, camera on. Started to get some of my color back, feeling really good, but I wanted to give an update. So I feel really good today. Tomorrow is my last day, isolated in the house. I'm no longer contagious. I can start to go outside. But I talked to the doctor today, and they told me I'm not going to be 100% anytime soon, that I'm going to be dealing with the ramifications of having COVID for the next couple months, most likely. I'm going to lose energy really fast, and that's the case. Every time I start to clean the house, I can only do about 10 minutes, and I have to sit my ass down out of breath. And I can't go back to work until the 29th because we have to isolate my daughter. But even then, I'm not going to be able to go back full time. I'm going to have to work my way in, and my body's going to have to get used to it again. But I wanted to give that quick update, and I wanted you to see me before I turn my camera off and partake in the conversation that's going to transpire tonight. That I am doing really well, and I wanted to thank everybody for their support. You guys have been awesome. Your support got me through. I'm still waiting on my unemployment. But I think that there's like a 10-day period, and that 10-day period should be out in the next couple of days. So I should start getting my unemployment. So yeah, wanted to thank you guys for the support. I'm going to bring John in because I already got John here, as always.
You won't even believe what just happened, man.
What's that?
I'm sitting here finishing my cigarette, and I go to put it out in my little ashtray here, and I'm sitting here waiting for you to start up, and all of a sudden I smell smoke. And the cherry had fallen off on my shirt, man.
I do that shit.
Another fucking shirt ruined.
Oh, it's not ruined. It's your stream shirt now, so you can just collect.
Below the camera, yeah.
You can collect cigarette burns.
But go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say you can collect cigarette burns now. You know that'll be your shirt you wear when you're streaming, so you won't get any other cigarette burns on any other shirts. You know?
Yeah, well, this would be. I have like 20 different ones, the same kind, that different colors and patterns and shit. And this is the second one in a month I've ruined. Which you wouldn't think I would think it's ruined, because like my brother was just busting my balls about this. You see this hat? See how fucked up that hat is? Yeah. It's got paint on it and grease from when I was working on shit. And he says to me, man, I'll give you $20 right now to throw that hat away. And I said, why? He goes, well, look at it, man. It's a Petri dish. I said, no, man, this is the first hat I bought like this. Like, I said, I got the dye downstairs now to dye it and spruce it back up, but I ain't getting rid of it.
I'd say you could start a YouTube channel called Hat Man, but there already is one of those, I guess. So.
Oh, yeah. I mean, damn it. Everybody's got that favorite sweater or that favorite pair of kicks, and it doesn't matter how dilapidated it gets, you're going to keep it, I mean, it's your shit.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I already put the link out. Leo's already here. Mr. Parker's already.
We don't get the vamp on our own for a while today, huh?
Yeah, I put it out early. Paul Kamish is here. That's going to be awesome to have Paul on. So yeah, we have a Make America Straight Again conference, part 2, happening at Stephen Anderson's church.
Yeah, I'd like to say
Halloween.
I'd like to say something about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, so this will be the second annual Make America Straight Again, and we're getting some feedback from somebody. I think it might be you, Paul. If you could maybe just go ahead and mute until you talk. So, yeah, I mean, Make America Straight Again, and this will be the second annual one. I mean, the level of cognitive dissonance that you have to have even to come up with an idea like that, I just find mind-boggling. I mean, first of all, the implication that somehow the majority of America is not already straight, that the implication that if there's gay people in the world, if there's LGBTQ people in the world, that somehow is going to affect straight people and turn them gay. I mean, there's a disconnect in my fucking head over it. Okay. I mean, it's the same thing when all the people are out against gay marriage. Like, wait a minute, how is two gay people going to have any effect on your ability to be married and your marriage? You know, I mean, I think what it is I really do think this. This is not a joke, but guys like who's the guy who heads it up? You said his name a minute ago. Knock, what's his name?
Steven Anderson.
Steven Anderson, and people like that, they do shit like this. And I'm not saying this is a pejorative to them, but I honestly believe that they have homosexual tendencies that they're trying to suppress, and they get so butthurt about all this shit that they got to do something like this to kind of prove it to themselves. No, I'm not gay. No, yeah. Don't. You know, well, even though I check out the bag boy's ass when I go to fucking quality markets every week, I'm not gay.
With Steven Anderson, I have to say that you're wrong. There's not a gay bone in that man's body. He's quiverful. He believes in the male patriarchy, and that's why I think that he's taken it over this year. Last year it was Pastor Boyle, and it was at Pastor Boyle's church, and they did it in. Well, I'll read the article in a minute, but Mr. Atheist and the Pumpkin Posse, I was a part of that, attacking it kind of on the outside, but part of that as well, and. We kicked their ass. We won that battle. And McMurtry is a laughing stock now. Boyle is a laughing stock now.
He's probably somewhere right now fucking apart.
But now Steven Anderson took control of it, right? So it's at Steven Anderson's church, and he's actually doing it Halloween weekend. So he's taking control of it, and he's actually declaring war against all of us that took it on last year, because we did embrace the pumpkin. We embraced that whole narrative of Tommy McMurtry might be attracted to pumpkins, but we don't know, and he's embracing that, and that's why he's having it on Halloween in the midst of a pandemic.
Real quick, just to offer a little counterpoint to one thing you said, you can be a gay man and still be deep into the male patriarchy.
Well, yeah, but he's quiverful though. I mean, he pumps out a baby from his wife every about 14 months because he believes in that natural childbirth. That there, it's basically that God doesn't allow a woman to get pregnant after pregnancy.
And I'll bet when he makes those babies, he fucks his wife from behind. And imagine he's in a man's ass. I mean, I'm just saying.
He can do all that, and that could be like that could just be a beard. He could still be gay and still fucking because this is giving him power, standing in a voice. If he was gay, he would probably do all that.
I think it's an offense to gay people to try to put Steven Anderson in their group.
Well, no, I mean, he's definitely the redheaded stepchild of that group, but I'm just saying that anybody that is so focused on that the way they are, it's just I don't know. I just have this idea that and how many other preachers is that? What was the one guy from maybe 8 or 10 years ago that was a pretty well-known preacher, and it turned out he was gay. He was going meeting male prostitutes in hotels.
Haggard.
Tim Haggard or Tom.
Yeah, something like that. I know exactly who you're talking about, but I think that I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't think that Steven Anderson is, but it's very possible that some of these pastors in the NIFB are and they are suppressing that. That's why we pick on Matt Powell. And it's because they hate it as well. But when it comes to Steven Anderson, he's just if there is an evil in the world, it's that man. Now he's lost his YouTube channel. Pretty much all of them have been taken down at this point. And that happened a couple months ago. But here, I'm going to share my screen. Let me get over here. But he still has his propaganda channel here. It's called Framing the World. There's 43,000 subscribers. And you're going to see a whole bunch of people that you're going to recognize. Right here is McMurtry, Tommy McMurtry. You've got Steven Anderson all through here. Right here is McMurtry's dad, Dr. Garrett Saldano. Matt Powell is all through it. But, Kent Hovind's on here too. And
I saw
noticed
Aaron Rod Grady McMurtry, and that was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Grady McMurtry's his dad, but I'm assuming. But like I've noticed, I can't remember who it was the other day. They were like, I wonder if Kent Hovind would go along with that line of thinking, and people were like, literally, like, no, he wouldn't. Kent Hovind is NIFB. He is NIFB. He has been latched to Steven Anderson for a decade. They've had ins and outs. Steven Anderson was really angry at Hovind when he divorced his wife. But I literally did a video. Yeah, his wife divorced him.
I bet you they've had a lot of ins and outs, the two of them. Yeah.
I did a video about Kent Hovind talking to Steven Anderson, where Kent Hovind is agreeing with all of the most atrocious things that Steven Anderson preaches. So people need to realize that Kent Hovind is just as bad as these people.
I thought that was already common knowledge.
Yeah, well, and that's
and it should be. Yeah,
and it's the same thing. Smokey doesn't. Let me just finish real quick and go ahead. But that's why Smokey doesn't understand that we get down on him because he called Matt Powell his brother. I mean, you say that Matt Powell's your brother, or like you're talking about Kent Hovind co-signing this other guy's shit. You should call somebody your brother. You're co-signing whatever shit they do. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I agree wholeheartedly. But go ahead, Paul, and then John kind of explain the private chat rules and all of that for anybody new here. But go ahead, Paul. Let Paul go.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're a little loud, but not. Yeah, we hear you.
You're kind of roboting a little bit. But.
All right. Yeah, I'm in the bad area. I'm going out anyway shortly, so I was just jumping in just to say that I'm glad feeling a bit better now. And I think when I first jumped into the thing, you were 6 minutes ahead. I was literally 6 minutes behind. So I missed what the conversation was about when I first jumped in. So yeah, I just jumped in just to say I'm feeling a bit better. And yeah, I agree with you about the people having a problem with gays. What the hell does that have to do with my marriage? I remember when it first came out and they were saying it sort of undermined the marriage or it decreased the value of marriage. If you've got a problem with gay marriage, the answer to that is don't marry a gay person. That can be a little fight against the gay marriage. But what difference it makes to anybody's marriage that gays want to get married is absolutely beyond me.
Okay, so here's how.
Anyway,
finish. Go ahead, Paul.
I'm struggling with signal where I am. I'm in the. We're about to go out anyway. So yeah, I just thought I'd just jump in just for a sec. If you're on later on, I'll try and get in later.
All right. Hey, thanks for popping in, and you feel free to pop in here at any time. We'll probably be here for at least 3 hours tonight. So the way we do this now, for anybody that hasn't been in the open rooms yet, for anybody that's in the room now, if anybody's in the room now who hasn't heard it, or you're in the live chat right now and you intend on coming in, what we do is in here in StreamYard, there's a private chat, internal chat that only people that are taking part in the stream can see. When we get rolling on a topic, if you have something to say, throw your hand up in the private chat. Either write the word hand out or put a hand emoji up so that I know what order to call on people. When we get going on a topic, if two people get going back and forth on a topic, we're going to let that back and forth develop. If you and we really didn't need to use this yet, but if we're letting two people go back and forth on a topic, and you have something that you want to add to what they're saying, and you don't want it to go too far past, because then your point won't be relevant anymore if we move on to something else, then put your hand up in the chat, and then let's just say put an asterisk next to it. Okay, and then that way I know that you want in on the back and forth that's going on now to add something to it real quick. So yeah, that's basically it. We're using that because we've had some rooms where there was 8, 10 people in the room, and I'm guilty of it just as much as anybody else. You get excited, somebody says something, and it stimulates something in your brain, and you want to get in there, and it's just there's a lot of people. If we get talking over one another, it's just sounds like garbage to the people listening to the stream. So yeah, so just again, you want to get in line to speak. Put your hand up in the private chat if you want to be brought in rather quickly because you have a point that you don't want us to get too far past. Put an asterisk next to it.
Yeah, and I do want to start with the MASA conversation. That's my topic, and we'll start with that. I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts. I'm going to read through this article, but then we can move on to other topics. So if there's a Christian in the side chat that would like to come in and challenge us on our atheism, challenge Leo on science, challenge any one of the people that's in the room right now or that will be in the room at the time, please come in. It's not just a straight, we're only talking about this for the next 3 hours. But I do want to talk about this because it's, if you've watched me long enough, you know that this is one of my main issues. Equality for all people is what I fight for politically. It's what I fight for here on this channel. And this last year's conference was atrocious enough. And I can only imagine that Steven Anderson is going to go out of his way to make it worse. And it's basically the first Make America Straight Against conference was held last year when it was horrifically timed to coincide with the 3rd anniversary of the Orlando Pulse nightclub shooting. That's who these people are. These people are going to glorify in the mass murder of gay people. That's what the NIFB stands for. They call for it to be done legally here in this country. And they're growing. They're growing at an exponential rate. They're growing despite all of the debunking that's going on with people like me and even much bigger people like Mr. Atheist. They're still growing, and it's still a problem. And just because Steven Anderson is off of YouTube, it doesn't mean that they're gone off of YouTube or they're gone off of the internet. The free 3-day event brings together some of America's most anti-gay, anti-LGBT plus, and generally bigoted evangelical pastors. And this year will be organized by hate preacher Steven Anderson. At last year's event in Orlando, Anderson confronted protesters and said he wished every homo would die. The hate preacher openly celebrated the Pulse massacre in 2016, telling his congregation, "The good news is that there's 50 less pedophiles in this world because these homosexuals are a bunch of disgusting perverts and pedophiles." Make America Straight Again 2020 will be held at Anderson's Church, Faithful Word Baptist Church in Tempe, Arizona, between October 29th and October 31st, 2020. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just wanted to give us an idea of what we're dealing with. We'll bring Marty back in. Go ahead, John.
Well, real quick, too. That's another thing that just fucking triggers me, man. To conflate homosexuality with pedophilia is like one of the most fucking despicable tactics that those fucking people use. Okay,
I think it's a bit of projection too, because if you look at both the Catholic Church and now the Boy Scouts of America, which we all know is very, very closely tied to their Christianity, more so evangelical Christianity than Catholicism, but two of the world's largest organizations that are very deeply religious are both have been under fire for the Catholic Church for a very long time, but the Boy Scouts now for a couple years about pedophilia.
Yeah, I mean the idea that you're gonna, the other thing they'd want to conflate, which like CJ did on Twitter the other day. They want to conflate sexuality with other crimes, like with murder and stuff like that. And they do that when it comes to talking about gay people, any members of the LGBTQ community. Well, it's just the same as murdering somebody, or it's it's just the same as pedophilia. No, it's not. Like, get the fuck out.
Well, when I had my second conversation with Matt Powell, he literally said that all gay people are pedophiles, and I asked him, why does he think that? Why does he believe that? And his evidence, and I've put this on a lot of videos. I'm going to be going through the Matt Powell thing again on the channel starting soon. He literally said he got his information from a YouTube video. An undercover cop went into a bar and got people supposedly. Some of the homosexual people in that bar to admit to being pedophiles, and that was his evidence that all gay people were indeed pedophiles.
I mean, it's insane. Marty, you got your hand up.
Yeah, that whole the whole conflating of LGBT and pedophilia triggers me hardcore, John. I completely agree with you, because I was actually talking to Smokey about this when I was on his channel about a week or so ago, whatever. Because I came up that I'm bisexual and I'm married. He's like, well, you're just a heterosexual. I'm like, no, I'm bisexual. I'm married to a man. The bisexuality stays. I can look at a pretty girl and be like, oh, she's pretty, and get on with my day. And then he literally said, well, what's the difference between like a married pedophile looking at a child and you looking at somebody else like that? I'm like, because one is a child and one is an adult. Where is the disconnect there?
He is big dum dum.
Yeah.
And then, Mr. Parker, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, the whole, saying LGBTQ being gay is like the same as being a pedophile is just grossly disgusting and a terrible way to represent a very big community in the U.S. and online. And people have dealt with this online, and it's a terrible thing that people use this as a point, as somehow it's a valid argument against homosexuality, and thinking like, oh yes, the death penalty for gays is completely fine. But then again, we have Matt Powell and NIFB saying, I wouldn't kill gay people personally, but I would want the government to do that, even though one of their pastors was a cop, and he said that.
Well, yeah. and that is when they make arguments like that, and it's almost like a disconnect to even call it an argument. But I mean, but their argument like that, that's the epitome of an ad hominem. You're this, so you're wrong because you're a pedophile, so you don't get any rights. Your viewpoint's wrong because you're a pedophile. I mean, like, and calling them that when they're not even that. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. It's like the shit with Smokey and Knock, where Smokey's always calling him a bigot. Like, Knock there's not a bigoted bone in his body.
Well, and it's like, even like normal Christian, not normal Christians, but like not NIFB Christians, like Sky Out, and I believe even Jill might be NIFB, who knows, but like even Jill, talking morality with Christians, they'll back you into a corner, and they'll try to get you to talk about why it would be wrong to have sex with animals. And basically they believe that it's only wrong because God thinks it's wrong, and if they didn't have God, they'd probably be out fucking animals. But so when you give them a legitimate answer and you actually answer it seriously and you say, hey, animals can't give consent, that's what makes it wrong, then they spin that and say, well, Nakasuchi just said he'd have sex with animals, right? So it's like a demonizing tactic they use against all of their enemies, not just gay people.
Yeah, they use it against me. They call me pedophilius, and I understand Emilia Clarke is really short, but she's also 34 years old, so I don't understand why what they think.
You had your hand up again, Marty?
Yeah, there's actually, I don't know, it's been a minute since I've seen this study, and I'm sure the statistics are probably the same, but a child is more likely to be molested by a heterosexual friend of the family or family member than they would be to be molested by somebody of the LGBT community. Not saying it doesn't happen, because sure, but someone being gay does not automatically make them a pedophile.
Well, yeah,
pedophile, they're two separate things.
I literally said that to Matt Powell during that conversation. Was like, you are far more likely to get raped by a priest or a pastor than you are to ever be raped by a gay person. And he didn't like that. He didn't want to go to,
No.
no, that's not true. And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, the evidence bears that out. Like even your own evangelical bullshit religion has its issues with pastors that rape children or sexually harass or rape their adult parishioners. This is happening throughout all the churches.
Yeah, they don't like that though.
Korag makes a really good point in the chat. He says a lot more straight pedophiles just by the ratio.
Hold on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, that's right.
You gotta start using your hand in the private chat.
I thought we only did that when there was like a lot of people in.
Oh, we've been using it now. Marty and Parker have been using it.
Oh yeah, we don't really have too many people in now. So I mean, we can be lax, but
why not just keep to it?
I mean, whatever. John's the moderator, so even I have to listen to him.
Yeah, you had your hand up.
Yeah. So there's this funny thing I see online by Christians and those who totally are most likely in the NFIB will go and say, "Well, you're the true bigot because you're being a bigot about me being a bigot," and I'm like, me being intolerant of your intolerance is not a bad thing.
I saw that conversation.
Yeah. It was entirely just really sad to see CJ be like saying like, yeah, non-binary people aren't a thing, and I'm like, okay, so you're a bigot because you don't think they exist and you deny them. It's like, no.
Was it CJ?
Yeah, there's CJ.
Oh, why? That's such a surprise.
Yeah, he's going to be on the channel at 3:00 tomorrow.
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
and 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I don't want to gang up on him. He hasn't agreed to.
No, not to
gang
up
up.
I want to gang on him.
But Leo, we had talked about. He had got into a back and forth with CJ on Twitter, and CJ's aware of this. Leo Filius wants to talk to him about communism.
I want to join that if I can. Please.
Well, if he agrees, I will after our initial exchange open it up.
What are you guys talking about there tomorrow?
CJ's coming on tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. Yes. Well, we're going to be talking about what John covered in his stream yesterday. How he believes that women. Or women, I guess, would be the context. If they were sexual as opposed to more, I don't know, conservative thinking, then that's demoralizing for society.
I don't get that, especially when you look back through human history and what sex has been. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting conversation, and I'm definitely. I haven't told CJ, but John's going to be able to be there because they had a back and forth in that conversation. So I mean, by my idea of our agreement is we're talking about the conversation on Twitter. John was part of that conversation, so I'm going to let John be there to start. But I'm hoping CJ wouldn't mind opening it up and addressing several things. We will be talking, setting up a debate about the party switch as well on Modern Day Debate. I got to reach out to James still.
That's going to be cool.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one.
I love it when people deny the fact that the parties underwent an ideological shift because that's happened numerous times in U.S. history.
Well, and like I was telling Doc the other day, people don't realize that at one time the two major parties had left and right wings within each one of them. Mm-hmm. You know, and that when the parties homogenized their platforms, then the Democratic Party became the party on the left and the Republicans became the party on the right. But prior to that, they had left and right wings within each one of them. Mm-hmm. You know, and so now we got quite a few hands up in here. So it's going to urge everybody that's here now to start using that. Actually, Mr. Parker had his hand up next.
Okay. No, I think I already went.
Yeah, I think Parker went last, and then I kind of cut in. I don't even look at it. Just to remind everybody, I don't even look at the private chat. I got too much shit going on.
I think Marty's been waiting to talk.
Yeah.
Oh
But,
yeah, I put my hand up after.
I mean, if
and then Jay put his foot in. So
just put you guys doing the hokey pokey. Go ahead there.
One of my what else? Another thing that triggers me too, John. I don't know if this bugs you too, but when they say being LGBT is, or plus whatever, is a lifestyle, and I'm like, no, not a lifestyle. Lifestyle implies choice. And first of all, I didn't wake up one day and decide to be bisexual. I just decided at 30 I was going to stop lying to myself and others about it and come out. And number two, when you think about all the fucking terrible things people say, primarily about gay men, who would wake up and choose that? Who would wake up one day and choose to not live in the norm and have the possibility of being fired from their job, kicked out of their family, lose all their friends, not be able to get housing because of who they are? Like, who would make that choice? It's so stupid to me when these fucking lunatics are like, oh well, I don't approve of your lifestyle. First of all, it's not a lifestyle. Second of all, you don't get to approve of my existence.
Exactly.
I exist. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I just wanted to ask you all a question. So, Leo Filius, when you say taint, did you mean hand?
No, I was, because Jay was going off with different body parts. Okay, yeah. But I did put hand up there.
And because I just realized that I wrote names down, then I looked up and Leo had put taint. Jay put foreskin.
I win 100 points because I fucked up the
hand. Or if you want, you can actually post a picture in private chat of your foreskin. And
well, that's not
y'all going to trigger John.
Yeah, no. But no, I mean, that was funny. That's some good shit. It took me a minute to realize I'm like recognizing it as hand, and then I'm like, oh no, that's foreskin.
I think that's a good thing that you are.
But so Jay was up next with a glimpse of his ball sack.
Yeah, let me go grab some of those dates.
Huh. Those dates.
Yeah, dates. You just take a picture of a date. Kind of looks like a shriveled up ball sack.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, is that all you wanted to get in and say?
Maybe a prune. I'm just here to troll this guy. I'm not here for anything decent.
So Leo is up next with the hand call of taint. Go ahead.
Yeah, Korag wanted me to finish with the comment that he had made. Let me scroll
Well, go ahead
up.
and start from the beginning. Don't just finish it. Start from the beginning.
If I can find the comment. I don't know how far up it is because I wanted to read it verbatim. And I have no fucking clue where it's at. I might have gone past it. I don't know. He said something along the lines of, well, just by sheer statistics, more pedophiles are going to be straight than gay. And what I was going to say is that, howdy there, Mama Atheist. Feel free to come in. Link should be in there. If not, either Knock or Rage will put it in. Anyway.
Either Knock or Rage will put it in. Either Knock or Rage.
Knock or John.
I do have dual personalities.
Look at Leo pulling the shots with John being the moderator. Huh?
So even if we were to grant the ridiculously dumb fucking idea that all people, not even just gays, but that everybody in the LGBTQ plus community were a pedophile, there would still be more straight pedophiles. So the funny thing is it's not just that this is an ad hominem. This is also a non sequitur, because pedophilia is an attraction to children. How does being attracted to men automatically make you also attracted to children?
Well, specifically, pedophilia is for underage, prepubescent children.
Yeah, children.
Yeah. Specific.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it cheapens the actual battle, right? Like, you want to actually go after real pedophiles that are, and not just pedophiles, because that's like that's the act of thinking about having sex with a little child.
I know Randall makes that argument, but it's absolutely.
Well, I think that there's a distinction. But I mean, I'm saying about going after all of them. If you're really going to go after them and fight this battle, people that actually commit the act and those that just
People that actually
promote the thoughts.
People who actually commit the act are pedophiles. That distinction that Randall tried to make, that pedophiles are only people that think about it, is 100% wrong.
Randall who?
Randall Rouser did it in a stream that we were in.
I don't remember it. It's just something.
I thought that's where you got it from. That's why I brought it up.
I think that there's an actual distinction there. So I don't know, but whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm saying if you're going to actually go after the real enemy here, labeling a group that isn't helping out. No, right? It's not.
So, and Marty put her hand up with an asterisk, so she must have something with what we're talking about now. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, so real quick, if you listen to like a lot of like mostly Matt Powell, I don't know where he got this from, but Matt Powell's thing is that if a man is willing to make out with another man, as something as disgusting as another man, then he'll make out with anything. And what's to stop him from making out with a child?
Yeah, I got Matt saying that.
Yeah, because God took that limiter off of him, off of that man, because that man hates God. So God said, okay, well, you go do your thing. So someone if a gay man is willing to make out with somebody as disgusting as another man, what's to stop him from stopping a child?
That's just a horrible argument. I mean,
it is.
No foundation of reality at all.
I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, and I in our second conversation with Matt Powell, I had to literally make the distinction because he kept talking about gay men and that and killing gay men, and I had to make the distinction. I'm like, don't you mean all homosexual people? Don't you have a problem with women doing it? And Matt Powell actually admitted to me that he doesn't have as much of a problem when women do it. And in fact, I mean, who doesn't want to see a couple girls making out? That was off camera. That's not on camera when that happened. But he literally did that shit. He literally said that shit. So like he's got an issue with gay men. That's Matt Powell's particular issue. Now the rest of the NIFB, you're probably not going to get them to ever admit to anything like that.
And Leo, you were next.
Oh yeah. So pedophilia is. Let me just pull this up here if I can fucking get my goddamn tabs right. From Psychology Today. Where the fuck is the goddamn Oh my Jesus! I hate when they fucking do this. Pedophilia is defined as recurrent and intense sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children. So pedophilia just means somebody who's attracted to or has sex with prepubescent children. Generally, people make the distinction. Yeah. I used to make the distinction between pedophilia and pederasty until I actually looked up the etymology is the proper term of the words. A pederast is a man, specifically a man who has sex with specifically an underage boy. So like in the Catholic Church, many of those aren't pedophiles, they're pederasts. So there's different terms for like ephebophilia is sexual attraction to essentially teenagers who are still not technically adults, so like 13 to 17 in that range, or some people even bring it 13 to 19, because I think that personally, I think that once you hit the legal age of 18, if an 18-year-old girl is having sex with a 56-year-old man, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that because she's a legal adult. She can make her own decisions and she's at an age where she has the capability to understand what it is she's consenting to. But so whether or not there's distinctions there really just depends on what words you're using and what it is you're trying to define.
Yeah, I mean, and that kind of makes a distinction for me. I thought pederast was the term for people that were having sex with more like teenagers instead of small children.
No, that would be ephebophilia, I believe. And then pederasty is specifically man on boy, prepubescent boy.
I mean, and just feel free to talk. I mean, Jay left and Marty's not on the screen, so free for.
Well, I find it sad because there's literally no fucking scientific data at all that would indicate anywhere near the things that these pastors are preaching from their pulpits, and yet they have a constitutional right to preach these things, right? And I know I'd see a couple or at least one Christian in the chat, so I'm probably going to trigger them, and I might even trigger some others just politically. I've always been a proponent for free speech. I'm slowly starting to change my mind. How do we still allow people, preachers, using constitutional authority to call for the genocide of any group, whether they be gay people or anybody else? I don't see how we allow that to happen. Constitution be damned.
I think that it would the logistics would be hard in preventing that.
I mean, the thing is like, there was somebody on Twitter the other day and welcome, Tioga. Yeah, I lost my thought too. When he said that about killing the gay people, there was something that was on Twitter that was similar to that, but it wasn't about killing gay people. But
was it from Pastor Greg Locke?
Yeah, that was what it was.
I think I saw that. And God, it wasn't killing gay people, but it was just a disgusting thought that he could have kept to himself.
Yeah, I wish I could.
I can't. Yeah, I can't remember what it. Let me see if I can't go in and find that really quick.
And that's another. I mean, that's a huge issue of Christianity, right? Like, not all homophobes are Christians, but most Christians are homophobes, and that's a huge issue. I mean, there's a lot of progressive Christians out there that aren't. And they need to somehow win the narrative, but I don't really see how they can when the Bible backs up what these hateful fuckers say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, boy, I wish I could remember what the fuck that was. Getting old's a hell of a drug, man.
God, I got J-Dubs sending me a friend request on Facebook. Are you fucking kidding me?
Who the fuck is J-Dubs?
If you don't know, you don't want to.
Yeah,
I do want to.
Will's roommate.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah. Because I've heard you say J-Dubs before, and I'm like, I cannot remember what the fuck he's talking about.
We call him the Rabid Rabbi.
So Marty wanted to jump in here again. Marty?
I think you're muted, Marty.
Muted, Marty.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, just to real quick, just touch on explain about how there are a lot of homophobic Christians and there are a lot of ones who are not. The ones who are not are really the ones who should be like talking like this about the ones who are and calling them out and exposing them for the hateful bigots that they are and saying like, look, not all of us think this way. And because the ones that are the hateful, crazy ones, they're the ones that are getting the most attention, and they're the ones that are making the rest of us say, fuck Christianity, I don't want to be any part of that. Like, they're the ones that should be, like, coming up and saying, like, look, this is not what all of us think. Like, Richard was talking to Smokey, and I made a comment in Richard's room. I said, if all believers were like Richard, the world would be a better place. Because, like, I mean, it's, he's a total ally. He totally supports us. He speaks with more love than I've ever seen any of these like fucking Smokies in jails and shit. And I actually got timed out in Smokey's room the first time I was in there. I said, if Smokey's a loving Christian, then I'm Cindy Crawford. Because if that's what he thinks is love, then are you kidding me?
Smokey's been cracking down on us.
I got to tell you that, like you mentioned the Catholic Church, or you mentioned, that Christians should, not co-sign this shit. They should not hang with those type of Christians. Like when all the shit was hitting about the Catholic Church and the pedophilia, and this still angers me to this day. Okay, now if it had come out that Microsoft was the people in Microsoft that ran Microsoft were raping children, Microsoft would not be a thing right now. Okay. Yeah. And the idea that all this shit came out, and it wasn't just a few priests doing it. Okay. And it wasn't just a few of the hierarchy that were shuffling priests around and letting them rape again and over again. The idea that the Catholics themselves, because I know a lot of people that are Catholic that are just awesome people, okay? Mm-hmm. But the idea that they did not schism right then and there and go make their own church, that pisses me off to this day.
Yeah.
Because the people that stayed and continued to give them the Catholic Church money, continued to remain members of the Catholic Church, they were co-signing pedophilia. Period. End of discussion.
Oh, yeah. It went all the way up to the Vatican.
That are listening right now, but that's just the fact of the matter. Real quick, too, I remember what I was going to say earlier. Okay, you talk about the NIFBs calling for gay people to be killed. There was another subject on Twitter the other day. I think it was about racism. And, what I said to this person is that, look, sometimes people get told, like Trump famously told few people in Congress to go back to where they came from. And I think all but one of them were Americans. I mean, well, even the one that had come was an American now, and really what it is that no, bigotry, racism, homophobia, misogyny, that is antithetical to the nation we have built. Okay. Yep. If you are a person that's a bigot, if you're a homophobe, if you're a racist, no, you're the motherfucker that needs to leave, okay? Because that is totally 180 from what the tenets of this nation were built on. I mean, and I said in that tweet that, maybe we can set aside like a South Pacific island for them and let all the racists go there and,
Well, yeah, and it's time for us to start calling this shit out. Like not letting the shit slide. If you're a racist, call a person a fucking racist. That's why I don't beat around the bush with Trumpers. I don't give a fuck if you don't understand what fascism is, but you're supporting fascism. That makes you a fascist, and that makes you my enemy. It's time to stop fucking being gentle with these people. The biggest problem when it comes to pedophilia outside of the church is family members, people that it's somebody that the child trusts. And so we need to be looking at that. If you really want to do something about this fucking problem, you don't look at a movie like Cuties and lose your fucking mind. And you don't sit there and say that all gay people are pedophiles. You actually fight the people that are fucking doing it, right?
Yep. And Tioga, you had your hand up next.
And guess who's here?
Hey, T-Mars is here. I've never talked to T-Mars before.
But Tioga, you had your hand up next.
Tioga.
You're muted.
Well, she was unmuted, but
yeah,
I couldn't hear anything. Saying anything? Or?
It says, "Oh no, I think my mic isn't working."
Oh,
it's working now. I hear you.
Yeah, it's a lot better now.
Go ahead.
No, that was me. I just said what you said.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, her mic isn't working. I'm high.
Yoga, your mic's not working.
There you go.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep. We can now.
Awesome.
Yep.
Woo.
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't it seem like we've been saying the same things for decades now about homosexuality and all the bad shit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, but anyways, do you guys think that with the Amy Coney Barrett nomination that anything's gonna change for our rights, even though we're still fighting for them?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. Yeah, I've been listening to the nomination speeches, and it's interesting. I don't think the Dems fight hard enough.
They don't care. They don't care. It's what's the word? Oh, Jesus.
We could stop it right now.
It's performative. The Democratic and the Republican parties are the same fucking thing. They act different to give us that image of a choice.
But why don't they just not vote like Mitch McConnell did last time with Obama's nomination? Why don't they just not vote like Mitch McConnell did?
We don't have the votes. Mitch McConnell had the majority.
He went nuclear. It used to require 60 Senate votes, but Mitch McConnell went nuclear for the first time in the history of the U.S. Senate when it comes to Supreme Court nominations, which requires now a simple majority. So as long as he's got 51 votes and there's 53 or 54 Republicans, he can push through anybody that he wants.
Even if a Democrat doesn't vote.
Doesn't matter.
Interesting.
We could stop it right now. We could stop it right now if we impeached Bill Barr. They would have to stop it right now.
Well,
but Democrats don't have the fucking balls.
We don't even have to do that. Okay, what we need to do is, and I couldn't do it on my own, but we need to get a campaign out. We need to have 10 million people go to Washington and shut that fucker down, man. And the Democrats and the Democrats that are in Congress right now, they should say, fuck that shit about the.
They did that for Kavanaugh. It didn't work. It didn't
what
work.
they should do is what they should do is they should say, fuck that rule that they made a while back about the filibuster, and they should just get up and just start talking and don't stop talking. I mean, it's
well, they should at least try that, you know,
because they
should at least try.
They really don't care.
You know, Republicans are going balls to the walls. They don't care about the election. They get this judge. It's all worth it now. So I mean,
it shows you that the Republicans know that they're a dying party and that they're going to lose. So they're going to try to fuck this country up for all their rich donors as quickly as they can before they're forced out by the voters. That's why they're limited. That's why in Texas, the ballot boxes, they limit it to 1 per county. That's why in Florida they're limiting, and numerous other states. It's funny that almost all of them are exclusively Republican. What they're doing is they're limiting the amount of places that you can go and vote, the polling locations, so that you're standing in line for 10 or 12 hours. This is what happens in a fascist country.
Yeah, when a political we're watching it.
We're in it.
I'm glad you got in, Leo, but you got to start putting your hand up because Marty was actually next.
Yeah, that's all right. It was quick. I just wanted to just jump off of what Knife was saying about the churches. I know I from what I read that the Church of Satan and I think the Satanic Temple, if they catch a whiff that you are a pedophile or a sex offender of any kind, they don't just fucking shuffle you around to a different fucking spot. They kick you the fuck out, and then they alert the authorities.
Yeah, that's what should happen. And to Tioga's before the next person, real quick, to Tioga's point, with this judge, everything's on the table now. If you've been watching the confirmation, she is wish-washy as fuck. She is not committing to anything. She knows she's going to be nominated. Gay marriage is on the table. Roe v. Wade is on the table. Everything. Obamacare is on. It's gone. They're literally the chances to repeal Citizens United now fucking gone for 20 years. We're not going to be able to do it for 20 years that we have this court. This is. It's balls to the wall, and unfortunately, the Democrats aren't doing what they could do to stop it. You only got to right at this point. If Biden wins, and it all rides on whether or not Biden's going to win in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, however long it is. If Biden wins, you only got to stall it for 3 fucking months, 3 months, not even that. 2 months.
Well, and here's the thing too, just to clarify, when I, ask Leo to start putting his hand up in the chat. Like, one thing is that, like, one of these nights we're going to come in here and I'm going to mute all you motherfuckers, and we're just going to listen to Leo all night because I'm serious. I'm being serious about it because when Leo is on his shit, like when he did that debate the other night.
Oh my God, that was fucking epic. Sorry, John. Yeah.
When it seemingly doesn't matter what topic we're on. Leo always has something relevant to say, and especially on the science topics, so don't think that because I'm telling Leo to put his hand up in the chat that I'm butthurt because he was talking, because I love listening to Leo.
You're not smoky, so.
What's that?
I said you're not smoky.
Yeah. And then since nobody has their hand up, I want to bring something up. So that's something I forgot to tell Knock about. So we were in Jeff Spatch. Maybe I did tell you about it. We were in Jeff Spatchcott's stream the other night, and P. Mars here was crying. I swear I could see tears rolling down his cheeks about the fact that you and I call him a racist. And maybe it was Jay's stream. I don't know. But at any rate, we.
Well, yeah, I visited PMAR's channel for the first time yesterday in the after show from Galda's Granny's stream, and I don't know what landed me there. I was kind of bored, and they were talking, and I wasn't a part of. I was part of it all night, but I just wasn't a part of it right then. And I'm like, fuck it, let's go to PMAR's channel, and I see like 5 videos immediately with me on it, which was kind of weird, but I mean, Christians love to talk about me. I'm pretty. But then I start scrolling down, and it is the weirdest clusterfuck of a YouTube channel that I've ever fucking seen in my life. it feels like you go to his channel, it's like the Twilight Zone. It's like the fucking Twilight Zone.
Well, and here's the thing. So at one point, after he was sitting there, whining about the fact that we're, saying the sky's blue, essentially, by saying P. Mars is a racist. I said to Jay, Jay, I'll put $20 on your PayPal or your Patreon if you kick him right now. And so Jay kicked him. He's like, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Boom. You don't even have to put $20 on my PayPal. And so what P. Mars did, he went, first he stayed backstage for like 5 or 10 minutes, thinking we were going to let him back in. But then he went to his channel. He started live streaming and mirroring Jay's channel live. Yeah. He backed up a little bit and started closer to the beginning, but he was fucking sniping Jay's fucking stream live.
I mean, I was on his channel. I just wanted to upload the part where I was on because I thought it was hilarious. So,
but you weren't uploading it. You were simultaneously streaming it. That's a no, buddy.
No, that's not covered under the Fair Use Act.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I find it funny that you're crying.
No. You guys all do reviews where you stream other people's streams. You guys all
but after they're done streaming, which makes it fair use. If you're streaming a live stream while that live stream is still being live streamed, that is not protected under the Fair Use Act. That's why when Otangelo Grasso did it to one of Godless Engineer's streams, it got struck and YouTube took it down.
And that's why when people try and live stream football games and shit like that, they get taken down. You can't. You can't. But after the football game's over, anybody is fair use to pull clips out of it and show highlights from the game, but don't try and stream it while it's going on.
Well, I'm an anarchist, so
I highly doubt that.
I don't think you are.
Say something.
I am. I'm a Christian anarchist.
I don't think that's possible.
Anyway, I did want to say that me and then Parker have our hands up. I don't know if it can see because, I think it's scrolled up in the side chat. So whenever you want us to come in here.
Oh, the thing wasn't fucking moving, man.
Yeah, it fucking does that sometimes. And I'll click on it and it'll shoot up with like 20 new messages.
Yeah, and Leo and Mr. Parker and what else? Yeah, that's it, Leo, Mr. Parker. But I mean, Leo, would you mind if we rag on P. Mars for a few more minutes?
Sure, that's fine. I'm not gonna say no.
Yeah. So,
well, I find it interesting that he was crying about us calling him a racist when this morning in the damn show he was once again putting the N-word in the side chat.
Well, he's one of those idiots that thinks that he asked me one day, have I ever persecuted a black person? Have I ever, done anything myself personally to a black person? Like, he thinks that he has to have actually gone out and lynched somebody to be a bigot.
I helped black people a lot more than John Peterson ever helped black people.
How do you know that?
Look at my channel. I bring the truth. I tell the truth. Hold
on, Mr. Parker. Not just describe your channel. It sounds like a pile of shit.
Most of my subscribers are black.
What the fuck?
Substantiate that claim.
Well, when you look at their little avatars, it's black people, and it's like black sounding names too.
What's racist?
Because I got most of my subs off of a video made by a black conspiracy Christian guy. It's got 250,000 views.
What? Who? Jesse Lee Peterson?
No, his name was The Black Child. YouTube took his channel down because YouTube is a bunch of bigots who are intolerant of.
Wait a minute. But if you call somebody a bigot, what does that actually mean?
It means they're intolerant of another person's beliefs.
Well, no, I mean it's just it's like it sounds to me like some question you would ask a robot in a science fiction movie to make their fucking circuits burn out. Like you're a raging piece of shit bigot. So if you call somebody else a bigot, what does that make them? I mean, if
I'm not a bigot.
Yeah, you are.
No, I accept everyone. I don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Yeah, I do.
Then why were you in a live chat last night spamming the N-word?
It's not accepting.
It's funny to say the N-word.
No, it's not.
There's nothing wrong with saying the N-word.
It's funny to use racial slurs, but
race baiting is funny. Is that what you just said?
Using the N-word is funny. Black people use the N-word.
Well, I don't understand.
it's racist.
How do you have like a YouTube channel if you can't even have a camera and an internet connection to where you don't fucking like, you know, bot out all the goddamn time?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing too. Okay, the argument that black people use the N-word is a really bad argument. Okay, because the N-word came about to belittle and besmirch black people, and at some point in history, black people took ownership of that word. They said, "Oh, you're going to call me N-word? Guess what? We're going to use that motherfucker for every part of speech."
He knows.
And that's where it came from.
That.
You know,
And then I took that ownership back from black people.
Yeah,
Now
because he's a dumbass. This is
You're so stupid.
I mean,
it's kind of
black people
ridiculous.
took the word from white people, and then I was like, nah, I'm taking that back.
He's an anarchist. He's an anarchist, obviously. This is what they do.
Like in Clerks 2, where Randall took Porch Monkey back? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, yeah, kicked him out.
Fuck that guy.
Bye, P. Mars. It's not even like a serious conversation with him. Like if he'd come in and really seriously defend his positions, I was interested in hearing how he would respond to what the NIFB is doing, but he didn't seem to really want to talk about that.
Well, right, and the thing is too is like he is a racist, but he's also a troll. Like he was not. Some of his responses, he was not being serious. He was just trolling.
Well, that's why he had that smirky ass grin on the whole time.
Right. Yeah. So he just bye P. Mars. And then I don't. When's the last time you posted the link in the chat, Knock?
Probably a while ago.
Post that in the chat. So the room's wide open now. If there was any other topic that any you wanted to bring up, now's the time to do it.
I did want to touch on something that Knock had said about the Supreme Court. Amy Coney Island, because she's a fucking clown, is probably going to get nominated and put on the Supreme. Well, not nominated, but confirmed to the Supreme Court. I doubt it'll happen under Biden's administration because I think it's just a massive attempt at appealing to leftists. I don't think he really plans on packing the courts. Maybe if Democrats take the Senate, that'd be the only way we can do it. But Biden will only go one term.
There's a real chance of that, though.
Yeah, Biden will only go one term, and the chances of an actual progressive who will probably be a woman of color and truly progressive coming after him is, I think, pretty much guaranteed. But before 2028, there will be anywhere between 11 and 12 seats on the Supreme Court. And those who pick up those extra seats will not be hyper conservative ideologues.
It's what we're going to have to do to balance it out. Yep. They like to say, well, you're going to stack the courts. No, motherfucker, y'all done stacked the courts. They've had like 14 out of the last 18 or 19 Supreme Court picks. You're not going to take over and plunge us back into the fucking dark ages because you're a bunch of religious zealots, putting religious zealots on the highest court of the land. And throughout the federal court system, they've pushed through over 200 federal judges for Trump. 200. And I love how
they're bitching at well, how come Obama didn't fill all these vacant seats? Mitch McConnell was on fucking. I think
he was on crack, dude.
Hannity or Tucker, and literally said he's sitting there with his little turtle ass fucking laugh. Anybody ever notice, by the way, that I'm kind of going off on but this is funny and important. Does anybody notice that Mitch McConnell sounds like Kent Hovind a little bit? I mean, when they talk, they both talk like this. Except Mitch McConnell just sounds a little slower. But I think they're both from Kentucky, so that might explain it anyway.
No, I mean, the only nice thing you can say about Mitch McConnell is he beat Bugs Bunny in that race one time.
Yeah, I love it. He comes on and I think it was Tucker Carlson, but it might have been Sean Hannity. Said something about Obama leaving all these vacancies open, and Mitch McConnell's like, "Oh, I'll tell you why." And he pretty much said, "Yeah, it's because we controlled the Senate and we got to decide whether anybody was going to be put on those courts." So what they did, and that Mitch McConnell, I remember an interview we had with Charlie Rose where he said that in the last 2 years, or actually really just essentially the last term that Obama had, that his goal was to obstruct all the progress Democrats tried to do, to refuse to reach across the aisle so that they could make the Obama administration and the Democratic Party look like failures. So that's what he's doing now with this whole stimulus thing. They want to make it look like they're compromising, but what they're really doing is adding in all of these extra features that are going to do nothing but hand all this money to people who already have so much money that their houses should be burned down and we should fucking take it all from them and take their fucking heads off with the guillotine. But they want to make it look like the Democrats aren't the ones coming to the table because we're trying to compromise, when what's really happening is that they're being fucking asshats, not proposing decent legislation at all that they know Democrats are going to reject, so that they can then turn it back onto them.
So look, did you see
John?
And that was that and that's what grinds Leo's gears. No, did you see Leo his debate with his opponent for the Senate?
Amy McGrath, who I'm not a fan of, but I think should beat him.
Right. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Then you can go on. He's kind of in some shit right now because she brought up all the COVID deaths. What is it up to now? Like 220,000. And Mitch McConnell laughed. Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in this shit, but yeah, he's Satan. He's pretty much Satan.
Mitch McConnell is 5 times worse than Donald Trump could ever hope to be. But that's because Donald Trump is just fucking incompetent. Most of the dumb shit that has been attributed to Donald Trump is not Donald Trump. It's people like Mitch McConnell, like Stephen Meyer, and like everybody else that's working for Donald Trump. And see, that's the thing. They're taking advantage of Donald Trump's incompetence and stupidity to get all this terrible shit done that they can just blame on Donald Trump because he's the president. And I'm not saying that Donald Trump is a good person or that he's somehow innocent, but a lot of the shit that we're seeing is really the whole of the Republican Party and Republican leadership. It isn't just Donald Trump. And it pisses me off when people blame just Donald Trump, because then we completely skip over the people like Stephen Miller, like Mitch McConnell, like Lindsey Graham, like Ted Cruz, like what's the one that John Cornyn or whatever his name is, all these other people who are doing absolutely horrendous things.
So, Marty, you were next.
I just, do you guys really think that Trump actually had COVID-19, or do you think that was a thing to get people to stop talking about his taxes and
No, you could tell he had it. Like even when he walked up on the balcony and he ripped the mask off his face, you could see that he was trying to hold it back.
Yeah. When he came back to the White House, he was like, when he was breathing, like he was in pain when he was taking breaths. I mean,
is that all you had, Marty?
Yeah, that was it. I just didn't.
Mr. Parker, you're next.
So I had this really, really fun interaction with CJ once again about COVID and the deaths. Oh no, this wasn't actually CJ. That's a surprise. It was an atheist. I forget what his name was. He has his profile pictures like sunglasses. But he was trying to argue that the 200,000 deaths is much better than 2 million. And I'm like, sure, but that's still bad. And then I point out the fact that in World War II, 290,000 Americans died in World War II. And I basically told him, the virus basically did World War II in the US because 220,000 people have died because of that virus. But here's the thing. In both situations, we could have prevented this. And we're living right now in the present, during this freaking World War II right now in America. And we can prevent this. And the people online are like, but masks, I can't breathe. I'm like, shut up. Doctors do a lot. They have to wear a lot more masks. They have to be more cautious than you all. And they can breathe fine.
Well, they don't have any problems with the hoods.
Oh, boom, boom.
Mask can't block the virus.
Hold on, Leo. So you talk about the masks and doctors. There was a really cool tweet the other day by a doctor because she was in a store and somebody was arguing, with the manager or whatever, because they had the sign on the front, "Don't come in here without a mask." And this woman was saying, "I have a health condition that precludes me from wearing a mask. My doctor told me." And this doctor stepped in the conversation and said, "No, I'm a doctor myself. That's not even a thing." Like.
Well, I love it how I don't want to. I know somebody, and they're like, when I got COVID, and they're like, I know you literally wear your mask all the time. Doesn't this prove that masks don't work? And I just started shaking my head. I'm like, you're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid. They don't understand the science at all. So, I mean, masks, they're somewhat of a protection if you don't have COVID, but it's mainly if you have COVID, you want to wear a mask. And you seeing how a lot of people are asymptomatic and you don't know that you have COVID at first, that's why you need to wear a fucking mask. And it does provide protection for those that don't have it. It's just not all that great. The science, the science says you need it if you have it, and the problem is you don't know if you have it sometimes for weeks after you initially pick it up.
Did you see that tweet that I added you? I quote tweeted somebody and I put you in the ads that I put. I wish I'd put Leo in the ads. I forgot to put him in it. It was the Lindsey Graham ad that's out now.
Oh yeah,
that might be the best one. Although I'm hearing of an ad out that's going through South Carolina right now. It's a Jamie Harrison ad that is supposed to be better than that, and the theme is what happened to Lindsey Graham, and it's supposed to be just Republicans trashing Lindsey Graham back in the day because the whole amnesty thing. They all hated Lindsey Graham, and he's gay. So there's so much clips of people talking shit about Lindsey Graham that they put together a pretty good ad. Jamie Harrison tearing it up, whether the dude wins or not, he's tearing it up.
I really think that Jamie Harrison has a chance to beat Lindsey Graham, and I really hope that he does. And I hope Amy McGrath beats Mitch McConnell. I'm hoping that Teresa Greenfield beats Joni Ernst here in Iowa, but I just have a feeling that's not going to happen because everybody around here is just a bunch of fucking corn for brains. So I mean.
I know, like right now, I'm pushing for Hillary here in my district to win Congress and over to take Justin Amash's seat. And it'll be the first time we've had a liberal.
I know that
quite a while.
What's his name? I know his last name is Ossoff, but there's another who is beating whoever he's running against by a pretty decent margin in Georgia, and there's somebody else. I don't know. I think it might be House. Because I can't remember if it's Ossoff is House or Senate, but regardless, he's beating whoever he's running against so far in the polls by pretty decent margin. There's somebody else that's running either House or Senate that's doing pretty good in Georgia, and apparently, according to Quinnipiac, so this is actually fairly reputable. Biden is up 51-44, I think, over Trump in Georgia. But don't take the polls at face value. Fucking vote.
Well, and the governor of Georgia is going to have something to say about that. Let me tell you. This motherfucker is a douchebag. He should be in prison. He should be in fucking prison for stealing the election away from my girl.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Marty and Mr. Parker are saying goodnight, and I just want to give them a chance for like their last words. Go ahead, Marty.
I'm not leaving.
I live in Georgia. He was telling me, I live in Georgia. After I'm going to go after this. I live in Georgia, and the governor of Georgia, the mayor of Atlanta closed down the city of Atlanta first when the numbers started to spike. Mostly because we have the busiest airport like ever. So people come in from all over the fucking place. So she shut Atlanta down, and then all the surrounding counties shut down before the governor decided to do a statewide. So the governor didn't say, let's shut the state down. The fucking counties decided to do it first. And then he said, oh, maybe we should shut some shit down.
And then he attacked the mayor of Atlanta for doing it.
Yes, he did. And she said, fuck you. Because I think he wanted to open sooner. And all the other counties, like Savannah, Savannah's a big tourist attraction. They're like, we're not going to open now because it's too soon. And we're going to be screwed for the rest of the season. But no, we're going to open. Nobody opened when the governor said that we can open. They all opened on their own because I know my county, we were shut down for a month. I live in Henry County, which is south of Atlanta. My county was shut down for a month. But the governor didn't do shit. All the fucking counties and the local government decided to shut the fucking shit down. And then he said, okay, well, I guess we're going to do it. And the fact that Trump is down in the polls here is a really big fucking deal because this is Georgia. This is the Bible Belt. So my boss literally thinks that Trump was put into office by a divine intervention, by a divine power. The goddess, she literally fucking said that. And
people are stupid.
And we were just like, but that's the thing. My boss isn't a dumb lady. Like we were just like, it was me and a client she was talking to. We just kind of looked at each other like, okay. I'm like, okay. So, But yeah, the fact that he's down here, his numbers are down here, is very surprising. But yeah, the governor of Georgia, I don't think he's going to get reelected, and he fucking shouldn't the way he fucking handled the whole COVID thing.
Unless he fucking cheats again. I mean, the dude, like he's they're going after him right now for suppressing another 200,000 votes, primarily African American votes, and he did it against Stacey Abrams. He stole that election. He should not be the governor of Georgia. Fuck that dude. Him and DeSantis both down in Florida. They can go fuck themselves. But I mean, and finish up with the political talk. But I want to move it to a more religious talk because people don't like it when I talk politics on the channel.
Real quick.
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night.
Well, wait, hold on, Marty. Did you ever set up the Picard?
I messaged Knock, and Knock was going to try and get a hold of Skylar Fiction.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. I got a DM Skylar. Yeah.
My work is closed for a minute. I have a week off. So whatever we're thinking about Friday, if that's good for Skylar.
Yeah, I'll DM him. I'll remember tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Thank you for coming on, Marty. We love you.
Right. Bye. We love you guys. Bye.
Peace out, Marty.
And Mr. Parker, who I thought was leaving because he said see you to Marty. He's next. Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
Well, I'm not leaving, but yeah, to wrap up the political stuff, I guess Knock wants to do. Here in Indiana, I think Marion County, the mayor of it decided to close down the schools because they were having cases, and he was like the first one to actually do stuff before the governor actually intervened. After I think 7 or counties or whatnot just started having cases all over, and they started shutting down themselves. And so I'm like, this governor, he wasn't so quick, but I think he might have been a little bit better than Georgia, but not that well.
So, Knock, if I DM you this tweet, can you play the video off of it real quick before we move on to another topic?
There is a point I have to make before we move on to. It'll be quick.
Knock, you're muted.
Fucking mute button. It would show our conversation string a little bit. There and with Twitter videos, it'll probably be super low. So, I don't
so you would have to put it in that Premiere thing and all that.
Yeah.
Not a problem. Leo Phileas had his hand up next, and I think he wants to put it, put a pin on the political talk. Go ahead, Leo.
Give me just 1 second here because there's numerous things that I need to say. It's something that Chris Keith said in the chat.
Get in here, Chris. Get in here, Chris.
So I'm gonna do 3 points because I don't have enough time to do research on other stuff. But he said, and this isn't very far up. He said, even if Biden wins, the majority of America is not far left. So first off, the things that are generally considered on the far left are actually not far left. They're a reality in literally every other industrialized nation. From The Hill, which is a very, very reputable outlet. This is April 4th, 2020. 69% of voters support Medicare for all. From Pew Research Center, February 21st, 2020. 63% of voters support tuition-free higher education. Pew Research Center, July 30th, 2019. 2/3 of Americans favor raising federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. So you're just straight fucking forwardly wrong. The majority of Americans, and there's poll after poll after poll after poll in all of these things, raising the minimum wage, tuition-free higher education, universal health care, paid maternity leave, everything that's all these big government socialist ideas, which is not socialist at all, are favored by the vast majority of people in this country. You're just fucking wrong.
Leo's right.
Tell them how you really feel, Leo.
Well, it is funny because they do portray the Democratic Party to be the left, right? And they're just not. They're the moderate party. We do have lefties, and there are more and more of us coming out, and that's a result of corrupt capitalism. Yep. So in corrupt capitalism, what you have is the oligarchy owns everything. They make all of the fucking money. And then us plebs on the bottom are getting tired of not being able to feed our children and pay our bills. So what's happening is socialism is a natural evolution of that. Mm-hmm. Once workers realize throughout the course of history that there are more of us than there are of them, we come together and we fuck shit up. And then it goes back to the oligarchy. Hopefully this time we can break that fucking cycle.
Oh, and I'll tell you what. the tweet or the comment that he just read from what is it, Chris Keith? Okay, he said in the same breath, it doesn't matter if Biden gets elected because most everybody's not on the far left. If you think Joe Biden is on the far left, you're not paying attention because he's not
even close.
He's a centrist, for Christ's sakes.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Chris right now.
Political.
God, I gotta come in, man. Y'all. I'm gonna have to get the Wizard of Oz, man. Y'all are making me into a straw man here, dude. I never said, but I never said.
I think
Biden
you have the
was
stream
not a
playing in
moderate.
the background, Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me cut that down to my phone. How y'all doing tonight?
Pretty good.
You did good
man.
the other night, Leo. I told you to keep it at a 5, man. You were doing very good. You did great, actually. You did good, but you need to keep your tone down, man. In a formal debate, it makes
it's hard with
No
somebody
tone.
like Nephilim.
I
If you look at
know,
my
but
first two debates
I
with
didn't catch any
Angelo
tone.
versus my debate with Nephilim, you'll see the difference and you'll see why.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
the thing is, I didn't catch no tone from that. I don't think you've seen Leo when he has a tone.
Oh, I've had interactions with Leo plenty of times.
Chris
No,
thinks.
the laughing and
thinks a
stuff.
lot.
Wait. Did you say you've heard irrational Leo?
No, I've had interactions.
Oh,
with
okay.
Leo
I thought
many
because
times.
if you were going to call Leo irrational,
No, I was trying to help him out. He knew. I mean, he when I said it before the debate, he knew it. He knew what I meant.
Like I said, Chris thinks.
we're going to call Leo irrational. Angelo, turn the stream off.
But okay, let's get back for a second. Okay, what I was saying is I never said Biden was not a moderate. Okay, he is a moderate.
Wait. You literally said it doesn't matter if Biden's elected because most Americans are not on the far left. If that,
yeah, but going back,
let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence.
Because you're
Let
not
me finish my sentence.
misrepresenting.
You're not going to talk over me. Let me finish my sentence, okay? We love you, Chris, but you got to.
Okay, but you got to get me right though. Go ahead.
Well, but get you right. See,
Go
I
back in a
understand
stream, though.
Here, just be
Context
quiet for 1 minute, okay? Look.
Well, technically, he isn't saying that Biden's far left. He's saying that the country is.
Okay, but
he is implying.
Wait. He didn't say it explicitly, but he said it implicitly. If you say it doesn't matter if Biden gets elected, most people in the U.S. are not on the far left. That sentence means it implies that Joe Biden is on the far left. Sorry, that's what that sentence means. And if you wanted to clarify further, you should have put that in your comment.
Okay, how about I just tell you what I mean? Would that be a lot easier?
Oh, well, that would be cool now because you
just
obviously didn't tell us what you really mean.
And then you can put you can put the context in your eyes, and we'll go ahead and get this done.
There was no context in that comment. He read the whole.
I'm going to put the context in real quick.
Please
Just
do.
go.
Because it was fucking insane.
I'm trying and trying let me go here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start moderating. All right. Let Chris speak.
even if Biden wins, I'm saying that right now the country is not is not when I say not far left, they're not leaning far enough left to it'd be political suicide to pack the courts, because then you're just going to turn right around and you're going to be out the next 4 years. So if Biden gets into power, they're going to do what they want to do. The Democrats are going to want to stay in power, so they're going to go right back to align wherever the mainstream is at in the polling. They're doing it now. They change their views every day on the polls. That's all politicians on both sides. You know what I mean? Albeit I will say Trump usually sticks to what he says a little bit more. He's a little bit different. That's why he's an outsider. But that's neither here nor there. But
how does he how does he stick to what he says?
Well, I mean, he's held a lot of his promises. You know, he started on the wall. He did the
Did he put Hillary Clinton in jail?
Act.
Is Mexico paying for the wall?
Well, no, I want to hear.
Let's get off topic.
I want to hear it. I want to hear that.
Let me ask you, but then you can respond, Leo. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. So back to what we were just saying. If they get into power,
no. I want you to answer. You got to answer Doc's question.
Yeah, I want to know what his
First Step Act, getting blacks out of jail earlier, which Joe Biden put him into jail You know what I'm saying?
He got blacks out of jail early. How do you do that?
You don't know about
No, I know about the little petty shit he did when it comes to prison reform. It was a little bit of something, but it's not what you're saying. He didn't let blacks out of jail early. What are you talking about? He let one person out
zones,
early.
First Step Act.
He let one person out early.
No, sir.
Yeah. He let the person that Kim Kardashian was asking him.
He only let one black. He only let one black person.
No, he did some things for prison reform, but when you say he let black people out of jail early, what do you mean by that?
What did Obama do for prison reform?
Oh, wait a minute. Okay,
I didn't ask that question.
I'm just saying Trump, whether you like it or not, that might be why he ends up not being president again, because he's dogmatically stuck to what he said he would do.
Okay,
name some things he flip flopped on.
Did he build his wall?
Real quick.
He's working on it.
Wait,
no,
he's not.
Chris, not.
Throw it over to Leo.
Right now,
Go ahead and ask him the question.
I need my dumpster fire fucking media.
John, your hand's not up. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't have to put my hand up.
I don't. Go ahead.
Okay, but go ahead, Leo. You started to ask him a series of questions on his erroneous claim that Trump has, gotten a lot done that he said he'd get done.
So, and this is from PolitiFact.
What I'm saying
is he's one of the most reputable institutions for fact checking, especially in terms of politics in the United States. On repeal Obamacare, promise has been broken. It has been broken on creating a health savings account, on investing $550 billion in infrastructure and create an infrastructure fund, on making no cuts to Medicaid, which I think 2 or 3 of his budgets have had in them, bringing back manufacturing because it's still going overseas at a rate it's practically not coming back at all. So it's almost exclusively still going overseas. Grow the economy by 4% a year. The highest I think he's received is like 3.2 or 3.4%. Promise broken on guaranteeing six-week paid leave, on appointing a special prosecutor to investigate Hillary Clinton, on getting Congress to allow health insurance across state lines, on renegotiating the Iran deal. They just pulled us out of it. They didn't renegotiate it. On, I already said, repeal Obamacare, adding an additional federal investment of $20 billion towards school choice, changing the vaccination schedule for children, which I don't know any reputable vaccinologist that's even agreed with that. Adopting the penny plan, expanding national right to carry to all 50 states. And these are all things, the promises he made that have been broken, that he has not.
I didn't say he got everything. He's going to get everything done. I'm just saying, like, things he got done.
That's why his promises he did not.
You said that's why I asked what he did.
Like touching Social Security.
There are some things that he has done. Yes. But if we're going to look at the larger percentage, 24%.
You're just saying things that he did. Let's go back to the very first one.
Promises have been kept. 20% he's compromised on. 49% have been broken. 5% have been solved, and 0% are in the works. And I will put the link to all of this in the side chat so you can see it for yourself.
Leo got that info.
You're strawman me, man. That's not what I said. That's not the point.
Well, all right, so we can go.
Most of the things you said, most of the things that you promised he got done.
No,
I got a sidetrack.
What I said was
I got a sidetrack, but go ahead.
He's not deviated from what he said he wanted to get done, is what I'm saying. That was my point. I didn't say he got it. Obviously, he didn't get everything done he wanted to get done.
What does the word
go back to healthcare? Let's take one thing at a time. Let's not get scalped.
Most mean, Chris? What does the word most mean?
It means most. I mean, it's axiomatic. Listen to me. Hold on a second.
You're defining a word with the word.
Just listen for a second. Let's take 1 point. Let's not get scalloped. Let's take 1 point.
I mean, he literally twice the amount of promises that have been broken. There's been 24% kept, 49% broken. That's twice as many broken than kept.
You muted me. Mute his for a second, then. Okay, just listen. He when he came in, he wanted to do something on healthcare.
I like when people say "just listen." That just warms.
Well, I mean, just listen for a second, and I'll be quiet and I'll sit back. I was in the chat. I came in because you guys asked me to.
Oh, I know.
Okay. He wanted to get something done on healthcare. This is something I just got to point out. Whether you agree with him or don't agree with him, he did a good job on that or not. Okay, he cannot unilaterally just sign in healthcare. Okay, now I'm going to admit the Republicans effed up bad, man. They dropped the ball. They sucked. They should have been booted out, and they got booted out. They didn't get it done. They should have got reform done. They should have. Obamacare had a lot of problems. Okay, I'm not going to go into that. That'll be another discussion. But if you don't want to admit that, you're not being honest.
Oh no, it does. That's why I'm universal health care.
So Trump,
we needed universal health.
Let me finish. I'll wrap it up. 30 seconds. Be quick. I won't take everybody's time. But Trump wanted to. Okay, but he couldn't get the Paul Ryan couldn't get his act together and get him, make concessions and get it done. Okay, and get it done. So of course that's why they got voted out, and they deserve to get voted out for that. And so Trump moved on. But you can't say Trump didn't get health care done. He tried. He
he did, but Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan were going to repeal Obamacare with literally they literally said we have no replacement. And Trump was in favor
Don't
of
make
that.
me start muting people. I'm going to talk now. So you understand that what you're talking about right now, you're talking about them trying to repeal Obamacare, right? So you're saying getting something done about healthcare. That's not getting anything done about healthcare. That's repealing healthcare. That's repealing
that word.
40 million.
He's not saying he's going to cut off
everybody.
You got to let him finish.
Yeah, you got to let me finish. That's repealing pre-existing conditions, right? There was no health care plan. The Republicans have had 12 years, Chris, to come up with a health care plan to replace Obamacare, right?
I agree.
They have not done it. They weren't trying to do anything about health care outside of fuck health care up. Yeah. That's all they were trying to do. And now that they lost that battle because John McCain did that thumbs down and pretty much became a fucking messiah to his party because he gave that thumbs down, now they're going to the Supreme Court next month with it.
Amy Coney Island.
Okay, can I speak?
Yeah, well,
I've had 5.
Wait. Leo, what was the thing recently that Trump was trying to take credit for that Obama implemented during his presidency that had to do with healthcare? Do you remember what it was? There was something that that Obama had got implemented as far as the healthcare goes, and then Trump was just out there like in the last few months because he had tweaked it or something, and he was trying to claim that it was something he had done. I think.
Yeah, that was God. What was that?
What was that to do with military healthcare?
It's something. Yeah, I think it did. Something to, and yeah, he was touting that he did it. He made some slight tweak to it, but the bill, and credit for him for making this tweak. But yeah, Obama was the one that had actually passed the bill. Now, if Trump said, "Hey, I made a slight improvement to this bill that Obama passed," great, cool. But he didn't say that. He said that he passed the bill.
Right. He was out there saying that it was his idea, and that's and all that shit.
And I just want to be on record saying that Republicans tried 6 times to repeal Obamacare, and they said repeal and replace. They literally had no replacement 6 times and failed. That's why they're trying to ram through Amy Coney Island.
And Trump is right now saying, "Oh, I got a plan now." Well, where's it at, Trump?
Yeah,
you'll get it after the election.
Okay,
you'll get it after the election.
Okay,
no, he doesn't have a fucking plan, dude. His plan is to go back to the way it was before.
And Knock is right. I think that's exactly what he said. He said in an interview or in a debate that, you'll get the plan after the election. Like, how fucking stupid is that? And real quick, before you go, Chris, you're going to go next. But look, I want to ask you a question. Do you give and I'm not even talking about the economy right now under COVID, but do you give credit to Trump for the way the economy was going before COVID came along?
Oh man, hold on. I'll get back to your question in a second because
you won't get back.
You don't get it, dude. I get it. You're not going to ask me a question.
No, you'll answer my question. Then you can go on and talk about whatever you want. You've got the floor for the next 5 or more minutes if you want, but you're going to answer my question first.
You're going to make me forget what I was just about to say the other to answer this first.
Well, write it down on a notepad.
Go ahead. No, I don't have. I got a brain. What was the question again?
Do you give Trump credit for the economy? And I'm not talking about the economy right now under COVID. I'm saying,
what do you mean credit?
Do you give him credit like he was taking credit?
Yes, he has. He had lowest unemployment for Latinos, lowest unemployment for blacks, lowest unemployment for any for women. Since that's not overall forever, but for other races overall.
So you do.
Okay, yes. So I give him credit for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here, let me explain something to you real quick, and then you can go on with the point you wanted to make. All right. So here's the thing: when Obama came into office in October of his first year in office, unemployment peaked at 10% because he had adopted Bush's economy, and economies don't turn on a dime. It takes a while for course correction. So in October of 2008, unemployment peaked at 10%. In the spring of 2009, or I'm sorry, 2009 in October it peaked because that's what the first year he took office. In the spring of 2010, the unemployment rate started going down. It went down steadily for the last 7 years of Obama's time in office. Until he left office, it was 4.7%, 10% to 4.7%. When Obama took office, the stock market was at around 8,000. When Obama left office, it was at 17,000. You talk about GDP. Trump took all this credit for these huge GDPs supposedly he had. Obama's GDP was a little under the national average for the entirety of his time in office, but there was many months where it was in the upper 3s and 4s. But it averaged like about 2.2 for his whole time in office. The other thing is, okay, as I said in the beginning, it takes time for economic course correction. The economy does just not turn on a dime when a new president takes office. It takes time for the policies to go through. When Trump took office, the economy was already turning around and had been for the last 7 years. It takes time for Trump's course corrections, which he didn't need to make any, but for his policies to take effect. His first with the way the fiscal years run, his first
holy shit, John.
Well, what is it? What do they put out the plan every year for the
budget?
His first budget didn't begin until October of his first year. He did not pass his tax cuts until the very end of December of his first year, and they didn't take effect until well into the next year. Okay, yep. So when Trump came into office, he was riding the coattails of Obama's economy and taking credit for it. And anything that he had done to the economy wasn't going to take any effect until the end of his second year in office. So for you to give credit to him for the way the economy was going when he took office is just totally 100% wrong. And now that we're in the COVID and he fucked up the response to COVID, I say he's responsible for what happened to the economy now. I was willing to grant the premise that he's not responsible for it at the beginning, just to get your answer. But in all reality, he's responsible for the downturn in the economy right fucking now. All right, I'm going to unmute you. You got the floor.
China is responsible for that.
You've got the floor 5 or 10.
But going back to my story, I had great health care, okay, and I've been self-employed for a long time. I have my own business, and now I'm still running my own business, but I had great unemployment. You like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. That was a lie. That was a complete lie, because when my health care was completely terminated, okay, the state did not pick up the mandate, so I was left without health care. I've had 5 cinco, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different health care providers since Obamacare has been in. Each year I've had a fight. Year before last in my state, we had one choice I had to choose if I wanted health care, and it was crap. I didn't even have health care that year. Okay, this year Trump implemented some things that at least I had choice this year, and I was able to actually afford to get health care and have several choices. So that's a real life example of me right now telling you that my healthcare was directly affected and was crap. So you might say Obamacare did this and that, but it made my healthcare worse. So
it did. Well, there were problems.
And I'm middle class.
And real quick though, a few people have had their hands up in the chat for Smokey Saint. We have a new implementation here. Is if you want to get in the conversation, you go to the private chat, the internal chat, you type out the word hand or put a hand emoji up, and then I know to put you in
and here's where I hate that rule, John.
What's that?
Here's where I hate that rule. But no, you're the moderator. We'll see how long this lasts. I want to give Smokey real quick props. I was scrolling it down there at the very bottom. Come on in. Don't be scared. Now Smokey came in.
But I'd like to hear your response to my diatribe before you start talking. Like, you said that you give Trump the credit for the economy, before COVID happened.
There was an increase going up even before Obama on that. What you're talking about? I'll get the citation while
there wasn't.
Smokey joins it. I'll get some citation.
No, hold on. The unemployment was still rising all through George Bush's last year in office and through through 3/4 of Obama's first year.
Do you remember his magic wand statement though? Do you remember Obama's magic wand statement?
Huh?
The magic wand statement made by Obama.
Magic doesn't exist. I don't care what he said about magic wands because fuck magic, it doesn't exist.
Okay, but it wasn't. He wasn't being literal. It was a.
There are no magic wands when it comes to
okay,
government.
listen. He was, but you missed the point, man. Way over your head. What he was saying was you would need a magic wand to get manufacturing back in here. Okay, Trump brought manufacturing back. Okay,
did he?
Yeah, he did. He did.
Sure about that?
Yes, yes. I
He didn't listen to anything Leo said when he was debunking that.
Well, I mean, we actually have numbers.
Yes,
we
the
actually
link is still in the side chat.
We actually do have numbers now that we've actually lost more jobs under Trump overseas to manufacturing than we've gained. He did have a gain for the first 2 years, but the last 2 years, year and a half has been really atrocious.
Oh yeah, we've lost the manufacturing. You don't think that a plague from virus had anything to do with that?
Well, the virus has been going on for 6 months. I'm talking the last year and a half, dog. Well before the virus ever hit, they started pushing jobs.
Man, we were booming.
Those numbers are out there. You can find them.
Okay.
Can I?
Smokey's saying
he's a fucking oligarch, yo.
Well, so look, we had a few people with their hands up. I think Mr. Parker was next, and Leo after him.
Okay, I'll pause. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Thanks for letting me have me talking. Appreciate it.
If I cut you off, you can finish there, Chris.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay. I'm all right. If I'm all right to mute for just a minute, I gotta go check my papaw. If somebody else is in the room, you can boot me. I'll come back.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
So the whole idea that so Trump, there's a video of him in 2015 in May saying that he will not be like any other Republican and he won't touch Medicare or Social Security. Guess what he's done over his entire term, and even during COVID, he has touched both of these programs. He has affected Social Security by stopping the payroll tax that you do, every paycheck you get, and which is going to probably lead to massive increase or decrease actually in paychecks after the December, which is when the executive order would have ended. So Trump has touched Social Security, and he has affected people's lives who are going to retire soon due to the fact that he has cut funding for another 2 months. So I don't really understand why people be like, well, Trump hasn't done anything bad. He hasn't gone back on anything he said. But there's a video of him. I have the timestamp, and I have the link in the private chat of him saying that he won't be any other Republican, and he won't touch Medicare or Social Security.
Well, and it's funny too because everybody on the right is out there trying to say that the second stimulus isn't coming out because of Nancy Pelosi. Donald Trump clearly said to the whole world, we're gonna suspend negotiations until after the election. No stimulus until after the election. So he's the one who did that. And
he changed his mind. They went into negotiations. The Democrats would not pass the Republican plan in the House. They were right for doing so, but the way she approached it and the way she's justifying it is totally stupid. And she's an idiot.
I'm not saying that she's 100%. I wish she would leave office, but the thing of it is Trump.
I'm saying, he did come out and say that, John, and then the next day the stock market plummeted, and the next day he changed course and said, "Well, yeah, I was joking, joking." I was joking.
Oh,
he changed course. He changed course, John. And Nancy Pelosi and the House Democrats rejected the Republican plan. They rejected the Republican plan because it got rid of the earned income tax credit, which working and poor people need, and it also gave crazy tax breaks to the rich. I don't agree with them rejecting the plan. People need help now, and I think it looks really bad for them to do so. They should have accepted it, sent it to Mitch McConnell, and put the pressure on him because Mitch McConnell wasn't going to send it to the president.
Funny thing is after his debate with Mitch McConnell, he's all for trying to get another. His debate with Amy McGrath, my bad. He's all for trying to get something done now. When before he said it because she kept grilling him on that.
Yeah, he really.
We had the higher ground, John. Nancy Pelosi just gave it to the president. She's an idiot.
I mean, she is an idiot, but I don't think she gave Trump the higher ground.
So can I go on?
You gotta watch her exchange. You actually have to watch her exchange with Blitzer last night, John.
Wolf Blitzer was a fucking dick in that exchange. I watched that.
I think Nancy Pelosi was freaking. I think they were both terrible.
She was an idiot.
Douchebags that they are.
She said at one time about the child earned. The only thing she should have said, they were trying to get rid of the child earned income tax credit. That's all she had to say. That's all she had to say, and she chose to be Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. Can I get this quick diatribe out? And then
you were next. Absolutely. Go ahead.
So, and Chris isn't here, but it doesn't really matter. So let me figure out where I want to start here. And this is from factcheck.org. Again, another very, very reputable site when it comes to fact checking. And I'm going to put the link when I'm done here. In a speech, Trump said under the last administration, nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs had been lost. That's true enough. The loss was 193,000. But the number of manufacturing jobs had increased by more than 900,000 between the low point early in Barack Obama's first term and the time Trump took office. And Trump failed to mention that total employment grew by 11.6 million under Obama. Trump claimed that Obama, quote, almost 5 million more Americans had left, that under Obama, quote, almost 5 million more Americans had left the labor force, end quote, not true. In fact, the civilian labor force grew by nearly 5.5 million under Obama. The president said that, quote, jobs were not exactly what you would call plentiful, end quote, under Obama. That's also far from true. In March 2016, the number of unfilled job openings hit 6.1 million, the highest in the more than 15-year records had been kept. And when Trump took office, the number of unfilled jobs was still 5.6 million. Trump said that in 2016, quote, the Department of Labor predicted that Americans would continue dropping out of the workforce in record numbers, end quote. But that's another falsehood. The Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics projection for 2016 through 2028, which was issued in December of 2015, was that the labor force would continue to grow, though at a slower pace because the population was aging and many were reaching retirement age. BLS said then, quote, the labor force is anticipated to grow by 7.9 million, reflecting an average annual growth rate of 0.5% over the 2014 to 24 period. And despite Trump's bragging, that outlook for 0.5% growth hasn't changed. The most recent BLS 10-year projection says, quote, the labor force is projected to increase at an annual rate of 0.5% from 2018 to 2028, end quote. Trump said that before he took office, quote, they expected unemployment over 5% and really 6, 7, and even in some cases 8% for many years to come, end quote. Not so. The Congressional Budget Office projected in August 2016 that unemployment would fall 4.5% in 2017 and would exceed 5% of the following decade. And I could continue to go on, but I don't think I need to. I think the point has been made. All these, prior to COVID-19, all the successes of the economy were just continuations of everything that Obama had done. Trump didn't really do anything. And actually with his dumbass idiotic trade war with China, which in 2 days it took, and I live in Iowa. I got about 12 years, almost actually 13 years now of experience directly in the agriculture industry. 2 days after that announcement in April, the price of soybeans fell 23 cents. Over the next month, the pork industry lost $2.2 billion. And by the end of 2018, soybean exports to China had dropped 96%. 60% of the soybeans grown in the United States are exported to China. So that didn't do any good for our economy whatsoever. So yeah, when you actually look at the facts, Trump has done absolutely nothing positive for the economy.
Well,
nothing.
And you know the thing is,
real quick, John. Real quick.
Wait, I just add right on to what Lee is saying. And the whole idea that Trump was putting the idea out there that the countries themselves would be paying the tariffs, just total idiocy. It's the consumer that pays any tariffs that are put on things.
Exactly.
Go ahead,
and
Doc.
I did want to add really, really quick that the information for the agriculture stuff I get from the Spokesman, which is the magazine by the American Farm Bureau Federation, who I am a member of. And let me tell you, they ain't exactly a liberal organization.
Knock, you're muted.
I mean, I was just wondering if I could talk on my own channel. I was going to make a joke. I lost it. It's cool.
Well, if nobody else is going to talk, Smokey, did you come in here to talk?
Oh, I guess. This is some interesting big brain ideas about moderation here. I mean, are you guys familiar what gish galloping actually is? Like if you kind of moderate a room.
That's moronic.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like,
and I already know where you're going. I didn't gish gallop. I just proved my point.
Can I finish? Can I? Can I just finish? Can I just
Sure,
maybe
make
make
your
my point
position.
before everyone starts
Make your
responding to the point
Yeah,
I
you guys,
literally
you
haven't
gotta
even
let
made
him
yet?
actually
Appreciate
respond.
it. Thank you. Thank you. When you do this type of moderation, what happens is you have people by hand, by order of like first come first serve, especially in one of these atheist rooms or even in a Christian room would have the same problem. You have a bunch of people that will be able to make the same points on the same side over and over again, and the
That's
people
not
that
how
maybe
this
want to
works.
respond have to wait until basically a dozen points have been laid out there. So I just heard Mr. Parker, Leophilius, you, and even Raging all get to kind of weigh in, and everyone had to kind of wait their turn. I've been sitting here for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. I just thought that was interesting. Choice and moderation. But anyway, I'll let you respond to that if you want. Otherwise, I just had a question.
I'd like to
for you,
respond to
Peterson,
that
if you don't
because
mind.
the way it works is, people put their hand in the chat. We go in order, but we also let one-on-ones develop. Okay, and if somebody wants to get on a particular subject, then they can get on that subject. But
we are going to be talking, John. We are going to have to be able to switch it up on the spot when I think we should. We honestly we should have went into God the moment Smokey Saint got here. I wanted to stop talking politics about 30 minutes ago. This is not what my channel's for.
well, you're political. I thought you liked.
I've stopped doing political since Ali left, dude. People don't come here to watch politics.
Kudos getting reins on the donkey. Appreciate it, Knock. Absolutely.
Fuck off.
I just had
no,
a
not at all. That's not what's happening here at all.
Yeah, sure it is. Can I just ask a question?
No, real quick. John has equal say and is the moderator on this thing. So that's why, I didn't do it at the time. I did not do it at the time. And God damn it, John, don't put him backstage.
Put him backstage.
I know. Don't do that. Don't.
Not a fucking moderator or not, Knock.
You are, but look, God damn it, John. We've had this fucking talk. Don't fucking do this shit.
He's not going to come in here and fucking start his normal shit and
censorship.
Oh my fucking God, John. We've had this talk. Come on, dude.
So why is there different rules for Smokey?
Because there's different rules, dude. Oh my fucking God.
You both are doing what Smokey wants you to do. Just letting you
I
know.
understand that.
Brilliant. Can I ask my question? Can I ask the question I intended to come in 30 minutes ago and ask? Is it possible? I'm not gonna touch on the political stuff because
go for it.
I think you guys just want to be able to talk it on your own side and all that stuff, but that's fine. You guys do your thing with that. But I just wanted to ask Peterson if you could define a Christian for me. Is it muted? Is the
Well, who were you talking to?
Peterson. I wanted to ask Peterson the question if he could define a Christian for me. I'm not hearing anything. Is something wrong?
I don't know.
I literally sat in here for like 30 minutes for just this kind of one question.
15 minutes.
I listened to a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's good for the channel if I at least just appear and sit in the corner for a bit and be respectful. I don't actually intentionally go in the room to disrupt, like Ronnie said he tries to do to me. What's happening right now? Why is there no response or anything?
All right. So, what was your question, Smokey?
Okay. The question was, I was asking if Peterson could actually tell me the definition of a Christian. That was my question.
The definition of a Christian is somebody that believes in Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I was. Is that Peterson's definition too?
That's my definition. I'm answering you.
Well, why? Oh, he's not going to.
I guess not.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you guys have a good night then.
All
right. Oh man,
I've been sitting there for an entire hour. No, you were.
He did exactly what he wanted to do. He did exactly what he wanted to fucking do.
Oh.
Yeah. Have you seen the video Knock by Smokey about you not being an ally for the LGBTQ or something?
Yeah, he was criticizing Knock for being like a terrible ally for the LGBTQ plus movement when Smokey isn't an ally at all. Like, dude, you have fucking room to talk.
Yeah, he he's like, oh, he said the word balls, and like Quentin was there too, and like you keep saying the word balls and balls and balls, and I'm like, yeah, because you guys
finish. No, finish what you're saying.
Well, like the video was like I think it was like Brett Keane was like freaking out because Quentin kept saying the word balls, but like he was just trying to explain like him like a joke, and so he said the joke again and explains the joke, but then Brett Keane's like, balls, you said it again, God, why must you keep saying balls? And he's like, because I'm explaining a joke. And then freaking Smokey somehow correlates that to not being an ally or something. I don't know.
I don't think anybody does. I want to have a one-on-one discussion with Smokey about what a scientific consensus is. That's what I want to do. Oh my God, it would be so much
Let's see if
fun.
he can properly identify when the logical fallacy of argument from authority actually holds.
I don't think most people know what it is. But the thing is that the argument from authority is always a fallacy. The time that it's not a fallacy, yes, it's always a fallacy. If it's not, you're not arguing from authority, you're deferring to expertise. Argument from authority and deferment to expertise are two different things. This one, argument from authority, is always fallacious. Deferment to expertise is never fallacious. Two different things. Argument from authority, by its very definition, is fallacious. Always. If you are saying, hey, look, I don't know this stuff. These people are professionals. This is what they're saying. I'm going with what they're saying. That's not an argument from authority. That's deferment to expertise. That's not fallacious. If you say, well, this person's a professional. They said this, therefore it must be true. That's an argument from authority, not deferment to expertise. Two different things. One is fallacious. One is not.
Hey, Tioga, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is there something you want to say?
Tioga.
Oh,
Tioga,
thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know. I just think that giving Smokey special privileges over the rest of us is bad. I think we all know that he is coming in here to undermine what you're saying.
It's not special
It seems
privileges.
like
I
it.
don't want people booted from my fucking
He has to
stream.
raise hands too.
And there is a battle that I have going on with
Yeah, well,
Smokey
he's a
Saint right now. And it has been going on for 3 months. I have explained the rules thoroughly.
To Smokey?
And Smokey just got his first victory tonight.
How?
He totally got what he wanted out of that exchange.
Yeah, he did because you let him talk.
He totally
Mark,
got what he
because
wanted.
you let him talk.
I don't stop people from talking. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, but you subverted the rules for him a little.
No, I didn't. How?
A little bit.
How did
I don't think
subvert
he
the
did.
rule?
But what
He
should have
wasn't allowed
happened-
to speak when he fucking started.
But he didn't.
No,
Yeah, but
I held
You
up
guys-
the rules.
You guys, both of you are completely missing the point here.
Knock did not subvert the rules. That's ridiculous.
Smokey
I mean,
shouldn't
the
be
thing,
able to
this is
talk
what,
just
hold
because
on,
he
Kelvin,
showed up.
I'll let you finish your point because I think you're making a very good point. But let me just say right now, see what happened was, and I don't remember, how we got on politics, but that's a subject.
I make the fucking rules.
Yeah,
I just think that Smokey has a lot more drama than you guys think. I don't think he's making very good fucking points, and I think you're giving him way
agree.
more airtime than he.
Well, but hold on, can I finish my point? I haven't talked for like 10 minutes. All right.
Okay.
But the thing is we got on the topic of politics. I don't remember how we got on that topic, but it was just a top. And then Chris came in and was saying something about Trump, being so great. And it's just a fucking subject that's really near and dear to me that I know a lot about. And so I went on and on a little bit when normally when I'm modding, I don't interject as much as I did over the last 20 minutes or half.
But how come Smokey gets to come in and just have a bitch fit and then leave, and
Oh
then
my
everyone's
God.
like,
there is a nuance here that every fucking buddy is ignoring
And
right now.
Doc did tell me not to put anybody backstage. So
sure, for sure. I mean, but he didn't raise his hand, so like, what's going on here?
well, to be fair, the conversation had ground to kind of a halt and nobody was putting their hand up.
I guess.
see-
I think
I
he
see-
just is more drama for your channel, so whatever. I can talk shit about Smokey anytime I want to, but I mean,
Yeah.
sure, let him have the time if you want to.
No, I mean, you can talk shit about him right now if you want. I don't care.
The nuance that everybody is missing is, number one, we're still talking about Smokey, and that's exactly what he wants. Number two, he got John and Rage kind of butting heads, which is what he wanted. He should not have made the donkey comment. And so when he did that, Rage should have put him backstage and said, look, no, dude, if you're going to come in here, you're not going to hurl your insults at people. You're going to address people like the motherfucking adult that you tell everybody that you are. So yes, he should have been put backstage for that comment and said, look, nope, not happening. If that's what you're going to do, then you're not coming back in. I'm going to bring you back in. Next time you make an insult or an insultive comment to somebody, I'm kicking you completely out of the stream. End of story. Goodbye, the end. We're not having that. However, that being said, he still should have been allowed to come back in, make his point, talk about what he wanted to. But when you know that somebody's going to make insults specifically to get people riled up, and then you let them do that, and then you get riled up, then you just lost.
So,
and that's what happened.
I don't want to change the topic overly, but I did look up. So I do own a logic textbook that covers like a lot of different like logical points. And I did search about that. So it defines argument from authority as an argument from authority is an argument that concludes something to be true because a presumed expert or witness has said that it is, which is true. But it also says, so under fallacies of weak induction, it names that appeal to unqualified authority, argumentium ad vericundium.
Vericundium?
Yeah, vericundium, which is that the appeal to authority fallacy is a variety of the argument from authority and occurs when the cited authority or witness lacks credibility. There are several reasons why an authority or witness might lack credibility, but nonetheless it's fallacious. So, at least in the book I'm reading from, it appears to only define argument from authority as being fallacious when it's from an unqualified authority.
Yeah.
So, the argument doesn't always... So the argument isn't always fallacious. It seems just that it is fallacious when it's not from an authority.
Yeah, but if you are arguing from a relevant authority, then that's not an argument from authority. That'd be deferment to expertise.
Yeah, it failed to distinguish the two from each other. It still considers referring like to an expert as being argument from authority.
I don't consider it that. The philosophers I've talked to don't consider it that.
All right.
So, I mean, any of the people that have watched or actually been here for the stream and inside the stream the last few weeks when we had this, way of moderating, I thought it went well the first few times we used it.
Yeah, when it works, when people do it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's good, and I think you also need to keep in check yourself. Like sometimes you guys like to get on ramble, and then John forgets to check the list or the chat or whatnot, and then other people.
That happened tonight, but I don't think it happened prior to this.
That was it.
I mean,
I never said no. It's my fucking turn to talk. I never said it didn't work. I said we needed to be able to change on the fucking spot. We need to be able to change on the fucking spot. We need to be able to change the dynamic. And when I state clearly that I'm done with the politics, let's move to a God topic. And then 40 minutes later, we're still on politics. And Smokey Saint is sitting there for 20 minutes.
So why are we always on about Smokey Saint? What is so fucking special about Smokey Saint?
Well, I think
because he never comes in my rooms. So when I literally have a scroll at the bottom of my fucking channel challenging him to come in, I accept challenges. I do not run from conversations, and I do not give Smokey Saint a moment to win a battle.
He should have
that.
He should have every opportunity to face all of us like everyone else faces all of us.
I didn't say he shouldn't have, but he didn't get that chance because he was immediately put backstage. He was immediately told and talked over. No, he didn't get that chance.
Well, he should have abide by the rules. I'm not speaking for John or anything, but he did come in and you were just
either we have rules or we don't.
Okay, well, John made the rules and then he came in and you were just just let Smokey talk. Without any, I had to follow the rules.
Smokey did raise his hand.
Follow the rules.
We literally waited until his turn came.
I don't see it in that.
We literally waited for that.
Okay.
Smokey did. He said, hand, it is off this topic. Okay. And staying on the politics is entirely my fault because I was the one that rambled on something else, and then that conversation kept going. So that's my fault. But yeah, if Knox says, look, guys, we're switching the topic, then that means that stop talking about what we're currently talking about and switch the topic.
Yeah.
And it's not only that. I don't want people timed out in my side chats unless they're putting down slurs, and I don't want people coming in here not able to fucking talk. Whatever his point is, whatever his fucking point is, you got to hear it and then you respond.
Yeah.
Well, fine. I was wrong. But like
now
okay.
I'm stepping away again because I'm fucking angry. And please continue with the conversation. I'll be fine in a moment.
It just seems like Smokey gets to come in here and say whatever the fuck he wants, and everyone's like, ooh, drama, and then we go for that instead of talking about pertinent issues. Like Smokey doesn't make fucking points. Like I'll talk to Smokey too, but like
you could. The thing is, though, is that you could argue the same thing about creationists or flat earthers or any other form of conspiracy theory, but we shouldn't silence them simply because their point is contrarian, and even if we know their point are false.
Well, I wasn't talking about silencing them.
That's why Rage
them having the rules that they have. I was wrong about the fact that he was raising his hand. I was wrong about that. Okay, I will concede to that.
And you seem to be suggesting like that we overturn like Smokey wanting to be, you know, special in favor of having better conversations.
I do think that. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but in this particular room, I mean, we allow different people to express their opinions, no matter how stupid they may be.
Well, I didn't say that. I just think there's deference given to Smokey because he's dramatic.
I don't think so. I think it's more that he's not in here a lot. And when he comes in here, when it's very rare, Rage wants to give him the chance to actually. That's why he wanted the topics.
That's not your fault, though. That's not all y'all's fault, though. He can come in anytime, just like I can.
Yeah, I mean, if Smokey wants to come in and be a pissant, he can be coming and be a pissant. I mean, nobody has an objection to that.
The problem is that he doesn't. So when we do,
to be fair, he started to make his point, and it was fallacious, and it was like a straw man, and I jumped on him because I fucking hate him. He is the worst piece of shit on the planet. He is Matt Powell. He is fucking, whatever that other fucking dude's name is that I can't think of right now. I mean, he has no probative value in any discussion. He's like subhuman as far as I'm concerned. But
yeah,
like Knox said, this is his channel, and if he wants to talk to Smokey, I should have kept my mouth shut. But I got pissed.
Well, amen to that.
Told me, don't put people backstage. That's a tactic I saw Skylar using. That when somebody won't shut the fuck up,
John,
backstage, let them calm down a little bit. And that Knox explicitly told me, don't put people backstage, and I did it anyway. So I broke Knox's rule.
All right. Well, I'll eat crow, and I'll just be quiet from here on out. Okay.
You don't have to.
I think you're raising a good point. You
don't have to eat crow. You made some excellent points.
I mean, it's just the people who run this channel have different policies concerning, interactions, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And I still think that Smokey should have been put backstage for the donkey comment. Knock doesn't think he should have. It's his channel. He gets to make those rules. Had it been my channel, had I been in that position, I'd have put him backstage and said, nope, you are free to come in here, talk about whatever you want, but you're not hurling insults. It's not going to happen.
Well, and to explain exactly what goes on here, the difference isn't running the channel. I don't run the channel at all. I mean, it's Knox's channel.
And the difference, if you dish it out, you got to be able to take it. I call him Icky Taint. I call him, I sling the insults back, and I don't run away from them. I get the worst comments probably of most atheists on YouTube. The worst of the worst. I shrug them off and I continue what I'm doing. I don't let people deter me. I am here to face the worst of the worst. It's what I do. It's what I've always done. And it's what I will do until they take me off of YouTube. And sometimes to face the worst of the worst, you get in the fucking mud and you get dirty. It's what I do.
Why is Smokey such a baby? Why is the meme here right now?
I can't control how much of a baby he is, but he got what he wanted. He got exactly what he wanted.
He didn't come in here for a chat.
He got me and John arguing on stream. He got John to do what you don't let a Smokey manipulate you. You just don't. And he manipulated. He did what he did.
Well, here's the thing,
and I knew it. I knew it when he came in. What he was going to try to do.
Well, right, but he didn't manipulate me. I did what I wanted to do, and I shouldn't have. I should have fucking, followed your rules.
Well,
I mean, I can't.
I give John leeway on the channel for a reason, because I trust his instincts. But when it comes to Smokey, Smokey has gotten under John's skin. And it's because Smokey does that, because he's a fucking detestable human being. My intention is to expose him.
You're right. You're right about one thing. I do look at Smokey differently than other people that have some of the same attributes as him. But usually I'm under the umbrella of what you believe and what Skylar believes. Is the worst indictment of people like that is to let them talk and to let themselves be heard. I mean, Leo didn't put it that way, but he alluded to that earlier. But it's just when it comes to Smokey, I already know what a subhuman piece of shit he is, and this isn't my decision to make, because
dude, it's so super hard. Man.
Wait a minute.
It's so super hard to not see that about this motherfucker.
I don't think there's any probative value in hearing anything Smokey has to say. That's what my problem is. So, I mean, from now on, we're having these open rooms.
There literally isn't. There's no value to it, John. There's none. There's none. There's no value. There's no value in any of the things 90% of Christians say.
Right,
and that's the point of Smokey.
Let me that's the point. Real quick. All right. First of all, what I've learned from tonight is that up until there's, I say, 6 people in the room, we should just suspend the hand thing, okay? Because it was a little too clunky having it. It's more for, like Knox said earlier, if there's like 8 to 10 people in the room, 7 to 10 people. And then what I'm going to do from now on, and hopefully you'll be here, Leo. If not, there'll be somebody else here we trust, or Knox can take it upon himself. If Smokey comes into the room, I'm going to excuse myself and go backstage, and then we can do whatever you want with Smokey, but I will not be on a stream with Smokey.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I issue a challenge for somebody to come in here, and I'm going to put it back down on the bottom of the screen, right? So if I'm issuing that challenge, right, I'm picking a fight. I'm not. Smokey didn't come in here picking a fight. I picked the fight. Right? Yeah. We've got to be honest about it, and that's my thing. And John,
that's just a better thing for the channel, because you guys have had that thing going back and forth for months. I don't even need to. It's like that. That's an A-B conversation. I should just see my way out. And that would have worked better. I should have thought of it when he got here. And
I do want to apologize, John, because you are a co-creator here. You have leeway. But we've had that behind the scenes conversation to where, like, dude, I do play by different rules with Smokey, because I'm playing a different game with Smokey than I played with any other Christian that I have so far. And I've played it really well right up until tonight. I've won every single battle. Smokey got one tonight, and he's gonna have a fucking field day with it. I mean, we're gonna be talking about it probably.
Here's the thing: he didn't get anything on you, Knock. It was me, and I could care less.
No, he got exactly what he wanted from me. He got me fucking mad as fuck.
He didn't get anything out of you. He got me.
Oh, I got angry. He wanted that from me. He wanted my anger. I know Smokey. This motherfucker's devious. Right. He's devious. This is a detestable human being that we're talking about.
I apologize for what happened, but I literally.
No, I apologize, John. I should not have talked to you like that on stream. It was wrong of me, and I apologize.
But as I said before, I did go against what you told me. But here's the thing: Smokey can make 28 videos about that. I could give 0 fucks about Smokey's opinion on literally any topic. Okay, I mean, the only thing good I can say about Smokey is when he modded Knox debate, he did a very good job, because he wasn't Smokey. I don't know whether he is schizophrenic, or he's able to turn it up and off, and he just doesn't turn it off. I mean,
well, why doesn't he come back? Just come back on, Smokey. Where are you?
He doesn't like to come on these streams unless he can stir up a bunch of trouble.
That's sus.
He wants atheists to come to him, but he won't go to the atheists because he's a fucking coward.
This was his second time.
I think Smokey is kind of willing to engage with people, like in streams, but I think it's just if I were a Christian, I could kind of understand and construe like that the abundance of atheists in the room kind of produces like a kind of like toxicity. like from there not being like a real balanced room between Christians and atheists there.
Like the last 2 weeks,
There's not when we go into his room.
Hey,
They're full of Christians.
Can I say one thing? I think it would be cool if Smokey was like that, but he is like extremely toxic and calls many people hoes and sluts and like murderous people. So I don't think that's very
Well, yeah, he literally he thinks that atheism is a social cancer. What does that mean, right? So it means that that's a cancer you need to cut away from society.
I think it's just I don't know if Smokey like has gone like really far right in terms of like hyperbolic language.
Well, he's extremely misogynistic. I mean, we can all tell from the, you know.
I don't deny that. I mean, it's just it seems like everything he says, be it like I don't know if it's a representative of his true beliefs, but it just seems like overly hyperbolic. Like some of the stuff he says.
I think he's a problem. I think it's an act. I really do. I think it's an act. I don't think a human being can actually be Smokey.
I mean, here's the thing. If given the chance, if given the chance, he would give analingus to Trump for like 3 days straight. So
yeah, but he would kill people like me and Jen Aldrich. So like that's the line.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying like he is two peas in a pod with people like Matt Powell. You know, he's like, you know, he'll tell me I'm trying to work on Matt Powell and change him and show him real Christianity. And I'm like, for one, dude, Matt Powell doesn't even consider you a Christian, right? But on the other hand, he'll go on Matt Powell's streams and not do that. He'll kiss his ass and call him brother. This is a detestable human being that doesn't care about telling truth. I have thoroughly exposed this man, and he's become pretty much a laughing stock. Laughing stock on the channel.
Well, and on the topic of Christians, he asked me that question. Now, I did not answer him because, like,
we were both mad.
Well, no, it wasn't even about mad. It's that you've heard the phrase before: "Never ask a question you don't already know the answer to," which, of course, is ridiculous because a lot of questions, you know, you need to ask when you're ignorant of something. You have to find out by, you know, researching it or asking someone who's knowledgeable. But he was literally asking a question that he already knew the answer to. Okay, because I've proclaimed on more than one stream, and most recently I went live and I talked about CJ, and there's no doubt in my mind because Smokey is he has a fixation on knocking his channel. There's no doubt in my mind he has consumed every minute of content on this channel that was ever made. I mean, he went all the way back like 3 years to find something to call knock on at one point.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's such a unique war with this man. This man has studied me more than any other Christian has.
I mean,
right?
The thing is, so I proclaimed the other day when I talked about CJ and at other times that a Christian is a person who follows Christ, a person who thinks Christ is their Lord and Savior. But an even more simple definition is Christians are people who proclaim themselves to be Christians. Okay, and if somebody proclaims themselves to be a Christian, other Christians who think differently don't get to say you're not a Christian because of, you know, A, B, or C dogma.
I agree 100%. And the fucking question, John, was a trap question, right? Like it was like, what the fuck are you even talking about? What is a Christian? You're a Christian. You tell me, right?
Well,
you know,
I think, like the most times I've dealt with Christians, I mean, there's one like universal tenet that all Christians seem to hold to, which is that they all hold like to the usually they all hold like to the divinity of Christ, and like atone that profess that Christ died on the cross for the sins of humanity, and they accept him as their personal Lord and Savior.
Well, and I would agree with that, Immutable. But the thing is this all stemmed out of an argument I was having with CJ a while back about the no true Scotsman fallacy. He claims that Catholics are not Christian. And I told him, well, that's the no true Scotsman fallacy. And then he argued with me for 2 hours on Twitter. Well, no, that's not the true Scotsman, because I have this dogma and they have that dogma, and we have this dogma and they have that dogma. And I'm like, dude, that's beyond the scope of the no true Scotsman fallacy. You're literally employing the no true Scotsman fallacy with every word out of your mouth. It's like you take a baseline definition, okay, and everything you said was true, but the baseline definition is A Christian is somebody who proclaims themselves to be a Christian, a person who proclaims that Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior. And everything else is just interpretive dogma, differences in dogma. That's between Christians.
Just really quickly, you might want to shoot the link in chat. Havin Gerleman wants to come in, and I think Richard Mattson might too. I don't know for sure on that.
I did put it in. I did put the link in. I'll put it in again.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, please come in. And I just want to say I apologize for my anger. It does happen. Not as much as it did when I was drinking, but I am rage. John, I shouldn't have talked to you like that on stream, my dude. I should have allowed you, moderator, and then we could have had a conversation after the stream. Totally my fault. Smokey got to me tonight. He got a victory. I should not have talked to you like that. You're not only a human being, you're my friend, and I apologize.
I appreciate that. I gotta say too, like I wasn't getting rid of him. He was still backstage. He didn't run away like the last time when I put him backstage for a minute. But I was going to bring him back in, and I think he was going to wait around and come back in. But
he wanted to get his dig. Yeah. So I'm sorry, my man.
Yeah. I mean, and honestly, and I'm not like trying to be butthurt or anything about it. I'm saying for the good of the channel, when Smokey comes on, I'm going to excuse myself. I'm not going to leave. I'm just going to go backstage, let somebody else handle the moderation. Or usually, the way it's probably going to work, if Smokey shows up again, then we just need to stop everything at that point and let him and Knock have the one-on-one. And then everybody can kind of like dip in on it once they get going.
Well, that was my old rule. And it, I do learn my lessons, right? So like I made a mistake when Mama Atheist was on. When Matt Powell came in, and I stopped the show, and like I brought Nathan in, and I made it about Matt, and I did not want to make that mistake again, right? So that's why I didn't jump in immediately, and Smokey's here. I put it in the side chat, but that was me just trying to get away from politics. I like talking politics, I really do. People don't watch me for it, and usually they start leaving once it goes to politics, so. It was more about the politics thing than Smokey being here, and I didn't want to make the same mistake that I had made with Mama and just stop a conversation because my enemy is here now, right? But I did want to get to it. So when we finally got to his turn, that's when I was like, all right, we're gonna get to it now. And then Smokey did the dude's not dumb. He had a strategy. He carried out his strategy, and he did it well. I'm gonna give him props. He knows me enough to know what's gonna get me, right? John, like he knows John. He knows.
Oh, he knew. He knew exactly what he was doing when he came into the room. I don't think he was interested in genuine conversation.
Yeah.
Because he never is.
Right.
Somebody popped in and then they left.
Well, that was having Gerleman, one of my favorite names on the internet right now. I'm assuming probably internet connections, maybe first time using StreamYards, and that happens. Yeah,
I gotta say, I like the guy's messages he leaves. I like the fact that he's ripping on Gavin, but I got a little problem with that name because it's implying he's a girly man and there's something wrong with being a girl. Sorry.
No, nothing at all. Just keep it behind closed doors.
What's that?
Just keep it behind closed doors.
I can see where you're coming from, John.
I didn't hear what he said. Could you say it again?
I don't have a problem with that either. Just keep it behind closed doors.
Oh.
Keep it behind closed doors, John. I think it's well deserved on Gavin's part, though, because he's another patriarchy Christian, and he uses beta so much that you kind of have to make fun of his usage there.
Yeah, no, I see the point of it from the standpoint that, like you and me joke around about the homosexual stuff because we're of the opinion that it shouldn't matter if we're homosexual. It shouldn't matter if somebody's homosexual. They're just as equal.
Well, one of my favorite criticisms from Christians is when they label me homosexual, and I'm like a cis white dude that is just an ally. And if you want to label me that, then I'm going to embrace it, and then they get butthurt when I embrace it. So it is a funny thought experiment with Christians to go there.
That's why I in the poem that you guys have heard before, in that I say at one point, why the fuck do you care if I'm atheist or gay? Implying that I'm gay because I don't give a fuck. If I was gay, what difference would it make? Why would you treat me any differently And why do you treat gays any differently than you would treat any other human being?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I've seen it a few times, like with some Christians, like, oh, well, your argument's just stupid because you're freaking gay. And it's like that has nothing to do with like the argument.
Right.
Total
ad hoc.
Yeah.
For the record, I haven't seen that on this channel, so.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it either. I've seen it on certain channels that are very conservative, but I haven't seen it here particularly.
Did you guys see Knox's video when he was in Smokey's room and there was this other atheist there? I can't remember his name, and he was just calling Knock at the Henry, yeah. And they were just being.
That guy is just a stuck-up fucking douchebag.
Yeah, yeah, it was just crazy.
Joan, shut up, Joan. Shut up. Y'all are nothing burgers. There's nothing but a bunch of nothing burgers going around here.
Well, that Henry guy John was talking about, I had seen him around several streams before, and you know, he always made like really cool, good philosophical points. So it literally surprised me when I went into Smokey's side chat, and I just posted something, because I usually either go in innocent or I go hardcore. So it was either one of the two. I can't remember what it was, but immediately he started going in and started calling me the derogatory F word towards homosexuals. And I'm like, wow, I never would have thought in a million years that this dude was a douchebag, you know, like, because I had always liked him in every stream I'd seen him in. And obviously it was only a couple, but like, it was just a shock to me. And then he just kept doing it for 10 fucking minutes.
and the real beautiful thing was, as soon as Knock popped in the room, he said to Henry, he said, so dude, why am I F word? You know, and he said it because he was joining their conversation and everything. And he said, why am I and would it bother you if I told you I had my finger up my ass right now? Those were the first words.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that was a good one, Knock. That was a nothing burger, though. Leo, you're nothing but a nothing burger, all right?
I have started the nothing burger video having. It's
no. What you need to do is get a kiwi shoving up me bunghole video.
This is what I'm talking about. So Smokey Saint does not have an honest bone in his body. I every time I've went into Smokey's room, we have had some solid conversations. Now,
come on in, Smokey. I'm here.
I go into his room to pop the bubble. I've talked about that, and that's because Smokey doesn't come in my room, and he never. I have to follow him around. I have to pop that bubble.
Yeah, because he's a nothing burger.
Yeah, he's a nothing burger.
He's a nothing with biscuits and gravy, eh?
Unfortunately, he's also a ringleader of several Christians. It's kind of sad.
Hey, Havin.
It's actually really sad, yo.
Hey, Havin. How much was it again that you paid your wife to pay attention to you?
It was about 250 fucking grand, and it didn't work out.
That's funny. Last time I checked, it was like 400.
But I don't pay for it. I don't pay for it.
That sounds kind of beta, Havin.
Well, I'm a bit of a beta, yeah. You know what it's like over here, man? A fucking Kiwi over here in New Zealand.
It's great. It's great that the troll names are actually coming on the streams now. It's fucking awesome. Where's Mass Powell Gay Pet Pterodactyl?
Yeah.
I fucked him too.
All
right, guys, I gotta go.
All right, take care, man.
See you later, man.
Smoke weed every day.
See you later, Maynard.
Oh, it's fucking Maynard. How did you know that, John? God damn it.
I didn't know that either.
I didn't fucking know that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, fuck. That's Maynard Saves. My brother, and yeah, I should have known that. John fucking knew it.
You know, I think it's kind of precious that Smokey is, complaining about us having what he would call a circle jerk, but isn't masculine enough to like try and disrupt or change like the flow of conversation.
You know, guys, that Smokey refuses to talk to me, right?
You're a woman.
He's like Jill, where he won't talk to me ever.
Well, and then the funny thing is, so I put him backstage. We've been reviewing a fucking stream of his where he was putting Knock and Leo backstage more than once. He famously put or infamously put Jen Aldrich backstage while saying to her boyfriend, "Let's put that backstage."
I just want to say Smokey is not nearly as hot as Jen Aldrich. So
he's got really.
It's also worth mentioning that Jen Aldrich is not nearly as hot as Amelia Clark. I'm sorry, I had to. Don't get me wrong, but she ain't no Amelia Clark. I'm sorry,
Smokey has really skinny arms too. You know,
no,
like
no
really,
definition.
really skinny arms.
No definition. See, my arms are skinny.
Smokey looks like
definition.
Smokey looks like
fine. I ain't no troll at the Rage. The names though are just fucking great. I love
it. Smokey looks like if one of those like pipe cleaner dolls you would make. You know, that's
Oh, John, that's not nice. He's had a little son on his arms during his life. He ain't a complete bitch.
He might be.
Who knows?
Well, I think one thing that we can do now is guarantee that I'm gonna definitely be in your streams Saturday night, Smokey. I'm coming and I'm gonna be angry and I'm gonna focus it on you, my dude. So I'm coming, dude. Unless you want to come in right now, but I don't think you will.
I would try to join this stream.
Just like fucking Smokey. Whoever just laughed, it sounded just like Smokey for a second.
It was me. I'm sorry.
You really got to push it out of your system.
No, that's not a Smokey laugh. That's like a half a Smokey laugh. You get a half a hyena on that one.
Half a hyena. Hilarious.
Oh,
I'd join Smokey's stream, but I'm sure he's going to take the road of John Maddox and just not even let me in anymore.
Or he'll just
by the way, hashtag John Maddox is a grifter.
Yeah.
Knock plus John plus math pig equals fascist. Oh man, I fucking. Oh, here we go. All right, guys.
Smokey.
What up, Smokey?
Hold on, I gotta fix.
I bet you're happy right now.
Hold on, I gotta fix my audio. Hold on.
John kept his word. John, you should have made that a policy that started tomorrow.
Okay.
I see that you figured out. I see you figured out your virtual tool.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, no, actually, figured to finally start messing around with the OBS a little bit. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Yeah, no, hey, I wanted to just run by that thing, like because it seems to be a contradiction. Like, do you or do you not always come into my stream to disrupt things? Is that not what you said?
No, I haven't actually. I mean, I famously swallowed everything and let you go on your vitriol for quite a while, and I never blew my shit. And actually, we came out of that, and you thought that we were going to be cool, and then I called you out, and you got butthurt.
Well, no, but you admitted that you only intentionally ever come into my rooms to disrupt things. Are you denying that now?
Did I say that at some point? I've had
yeah.
COVID
Here, if you actually should let me share my screen.
I've had COVID for like 10 days, my dude.
So then, okay, well, can I play the clip and then you can explain it?
Well, I mean, if you say like disrupt, if you mean like come into your rooms to be just an atheist, well, sure.
No, I mean, like you literally say intentionally responding to my statement of surprise that you're admitting that you're actually intentionally coming into my rooms to disrupt and keep the conversation from moving forward. I'm making that claim and you're validating it. And I'd like to just show the clip if you'll let me share the screen. It's your stream.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Please show the clip.
Cool.
Weird. I just don't get it. Explain.
Well, you're straw manning evolution.
I try to disrupt the room every time I go into a Smokey Saint room. Smokey, you're just figuring this out.
Well, right, and I brought that up to point out again. Here's
So that's you just literally admitting that's your intention.
So what does disrupt the room mean? Does that mean just come in and be?
Well, you tell me. You're the one that.
Well, I'm responding. Now, Smokey. I'm responding now. Can you let I'll let you speak. So I'm saying, and I've often admitted this, that I follow you around and I come to pop your bubble. I come to be the atheist that I am, that you detest, that you call the garbage clown, Ronnie Rotten Crotch, cockroach, garbage trash that I am. And I do come to be the atheist that I am in your rooms. I don't come there for nice conversation. When it's nice for an hour and a half, that's boring. I don't come there for that. I come there to be rage.
So you come in to try and validate the points I try to make colloquially about atheism?
What? Your points about me is that I'm a neo-Nazi, anti-Semite, that I hate women, that
Closeted.
I mean all of these things that you yourself are.
Well, I've provided actual argumentation to that. I don't know what you've.
What do you mean? I mean, we
to the
literally,
contrary.
we
Well, I don't want
literally.
to unpack that all over again, Ronnie. We've already been over that, and I haven't heard anything from you about the whole discrimination of the Jews and taking bad history.
I called them
sources
sheep
to be
farmers.
bigoted
I
against
thought
them
you were
and
a
call them
Christian.
pedophiles.
I called them sheep
You haven't heard
farmers.
anything about that. You haven't been listening, you dumbass.
Okay, Peterson.
He's refuted your
So
shit
much for that
50
rule.
fucking times. You rat roach fucking retard.
Oh, he's stealing mine now. He's stealing mine now. Well, that fits.
Well,
That fits.
he's
I think a
right
big brain
though.
can come up
He's
with his
right.
own.
I mean, so I did call the writers of.
So, by the way, is the whole issue Peterson has with me because I use the exact languages he uses at me? Is that the whole argument
What are
as
you
to why
talking
I'm
about?
that
No,
thing?
you use Smokey. So
He gets to come in and use the language at me because he's upset at me using the language. Is this the argument?
Yeah, so you use that language and he throws it back at you because you're
right. I'm just
kinda
showing you
stupid.
how much you
But
project.
he has to censor
you
me
are
in a debate.
literally everything you accuse other people of being.
Okay.
You are literally.
I need to jump in here really quick.
I really just wanted an answer to my question to the video that he had uploaded earlier in the day. I literally wasn't trying to come in here and cause crap. Seriously, I wasn't. And I was just pointing out the hypocrisy and.
Well, are you saying that you're not going to let me back in your rooms because I come in to disrupt you?
Well,
by
I
being
don't know.
the
It
atheist
seems
I
that
am?
your intention is only to keep fascistically the environment from being able to
Oh,
function.
so I'm a fascist now.
And that seems to be what you've admitted. Oh, did you not watch the stream, the 2-hour one I did, where I said, "Oh, it's hilarious how these people are trying to call me a fascist while literally proving they're fascists." It was one of the most hilarious displays
Seriously?
I've seen all year.
I
It
have
was
been
amazing.
called out because I give you different rules and I'm a fascist.
No. The idea of you coming into my room specifically to disrupt, to keep everyone from being able to have a.
Did I say that? I said I
Yes, you did. Literally, I just played the clip.
The atheist that I am, because you have circle jerks, Smokey Saint.
Dude, the point of the clip, the context you're responding to is me putting you in the back for being disruptive, for keeping the conversation from being able to function.
I
call you out
you-
on that.
No,
and you're
no,
like,
no,
yes,
Smokey,
that's
no,
exactly
Smokey.
why I'm there. Have you not?
I
figured it out
literally
yet?
showed it. I showed it. Leo was there. You put me in the back room because I asked you if you was going to be a young Earth creationist or an old Earth creationist today because you flip flop.
No, I don't.
You fucking do.
I've literally had the same stance, dude. You can't
This is kind of important. This is kind of important.
I can vouch for Smokey on this point and say that he's always taken the stance of old Earth creationism on this one.
Thanks, Mutable. Appreciate it.
So this is
I
kind of important.
I've been consistent.
Yeah,
I said I don't actually care.
I have literally seen you in streams with fucking jungle jargon
Well,
and
yeah, 'cause I don't care if they take
their dicks. So
I
I
just
mean,
don't
maybe Immutable didn't see that,
Wait,
but I saw it.
why do I have to? What? So if I don't fight them all the time, like I'm one of them, is
You
that
was
how that works?
agreeing with them, Smokey.
Agreeing with them? How? On what?
On fucking evolution, on fucking young Earth
Some of the points
creationism.
I agree with. So, I don't know the young Earth points.
Just
I don't-
because you're a suck ass and I
Dude,
fucking
I
saw
just
it.
don't make a big deal of it. I had a whole stream of that. Literally, the title was "Why I'm Neither OEC or YEC."
Yeah,
where I
yeah,
said
you're
that
neither.
ultimately,
You're neither.
I
You're
didn't
just
want to get
stupid.
no. I just didn't want to get in the debate with the young Earthers about young Earth because I
Hey,
that
hey,
garbage
real
being
quick,
in the
can I,
debate
can I
sphere.
just say something real quick before we get too far past this point?
I've said that.
Because the thing is that, and I lost my point. Go ahead.
I need to ask Knock a question because there was a comment made. I'm not going to say by who, and I'm not going to say what it was, but it needs to be removed. And I don't know if you've got any other mods that can remove it. And I would rather not point out what the comment is because then everybody's going to go and try to read it, and it doesn't need to be read.
Jeez, what is happening there?
I'm not going to say it's.
I want to like remove it if I should, but I must have missed it, honestly.
Yeah, it should probably be removed.
I remembered what it was now. So we were calling you out on the fact that you put Leo and you put Knock backstage, you put Jen backstage, you've gone on like 5-minute rants on people. Your mods have removed comments, but you were saying just here like less than a week ago, you don't do any of that shit. And then the very next stream that Leo and Knock are in, you're fucking silencing them and putting them backstage. Like, so do you let people say whatever they want as you claimed or not?
Yeah, can I respond?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. The whole critique of you guys was actually blocking me in side chat. I thought it was really spineless and weird that you guys can't like have a functional show like without like being absorbed and focused on side chat. So my critique, can I finish? My critique.
Well, you can finish, but I just wanted to say that's a nice post hoc rationalization you're making.
Well, and I've literally been timed out in your side chats.
So here's the problem, guys. The whole critique you were doing on me, which was calling you fascists, was pointing out you, Speed of Sound, and also MathBig, all for having blocked me in chat. Just chat, nothing to do with the room. Not because I came in the room.
I've been blocking your chat,
or was trying to keep the conversation.
Wait a minute. Wait real quick.
Can I finish, Peterson?
No, because I want to take it point by point because you're not going to gish glop on this. All right, real quick. I'm going to say one sentence and then you can go on. All right. When you're right, you were talking about how you were timed out in chat, but when you went on at length about it, you talked about how you let people come into your streams and say whatever they want. You specifically said Knox's name. I let Ronnie come in and he could say whatever he wants. I don't censor people. So you were making a point about your live streams in concurrence with being timed out in live chat. So don't try and change it now, dude.
Can I respond now to that?
Yeah, go for it.
Ronnie was there for 4 hours. He started that stream the other night saying that. Okay, he was there to contribute. He even had a whole bunch of, and by the way, I let this happen just so your point would be moot, Peterson. That very night, I let him have a long-winded talking over everyone, dumpster fire Trump debate with everyone in the room. Let him say whatever he wants. Everyone gets to come in and say what they want. The issue is if you're going to come in and use what you're saying to stop other people from being able to say what they want to say, which, by the way, is the definition of fascism. That's why you guys don't get it, because I think you're Antifa clowns. So you guys are fine with the definition of fascism, Smokey. You guys are fine with using protests to shut down free speech events, I'm sure. But I don't see that as ethical. I don't think that's okay.
You know what I heard? I heard you admitting that you're a liar. Okay. You literally said, I don't silence Nakasuchi. I don't silence people on my live chats.
He gets to come in and cuss his brains off.
Less than a week later, you were silencing people in your live chat. In your live room. Your live room, I mean.
Did you see the last two streams on Friday and Saturday?
It doesn't matter about the last two streams.
I'm talking about people to say whatever they want.
That's fine.
The issue is if they're being disruptive.
But are you denying that you put Knock backstage because he simply asked you if you're an old Earth or a young Earth creationist?
No,
what the fuck is going on? I'm just a matard.
I literally said that. That's a ridiculous. Why? Literally for that? That's what you think I'm putting him in the back for?
That's the first time. That's exactly what happened. The first time.
Somebody just stop and fucking fire up a joint or something?
But it doesn't matter because I expect to be put back room when I come on your channel. And
dude, you were there for 4 hours.
Maybe we could light up. Maybe we could light up one
plus cussing.
Hey, maybe we could light up one of Smokey.
I actually don't lie.
I've only kept the room from getting out of control because literally if you have one of those rooms where it's just people talking over each other for 2 hours, that's not good content. Okay, so I mod my channel at a certain level. If you guys operate by the rules, everyone gets a turn, and when they get their turn, they can say whatever the hell they want. And I allow all of it.
You sat there and said I was cussing up a storm. But I literally pointed out at one point in your stream that it was a Christian and a Jew cussing far more than I was, and I was not cursing up a
real
storm in your
quick
stream.
before my old brain forgets this.
I don't think you catch
so
it.
does that rule that you just said, Smokey, does that apply to Leo Filius?
For
when
what?
he gets his turn, he can say what he wants?
Yeah, exactly. Leo wouldn't let me ever respond to any of his statements.
Oh, really?
That was wrong. I kept trying to explain something.
Let's
Let's
not go to the tape.
You can show the clip. We've already reviewed it.
Yeah, we don't even have to go to the tape. Leo's here, and Leo, pipe in, please.
Where you said,
well, first off, somebody was doxed in the side chat. Knock, do you want me to remove those comments or not? Because I think that they should be removed.
Well, I mean, if it's
yeah,
I have them saved in the YouTube. I'm scrolled up to them. So if you want to make me a mod, I can remove
if it's hate speech, yeah.
Well, no, it's somebody was doxed. I don't think that Rage wants people doxed on his channel.
If somebody was doxed, then yeah.
That's why I asked.
Yeah.
If you want
those type in the side chat, Leo, and I'll make you a mod.
Okay. I'll ask Leo a quick question if he wants, because he had said something last year with the argument of consensus. I pulled up the clip. You had just basically agreed.
Well, right, and hold on, though, Swung. You can ask your question, but first I want Leo to explain how what your claim you just made a minute ago is bullshit. Okay, because he finally, after a long time, you gave him a chance to talk in that stream to him and Knock were in, and you immediately jumped down his throat. Well, hurry up, go on, man. And then you kept talking. Every you get 3 words out of his mouth, you talk over him. You get another 3 words out of his mouth, you talk over him.
Well, his on.
Hurry up! You just kept saying to him.
Yeah,
his
pontification beyond the first fallacious point.
How is 3?
I didn't make
wait a minute.
It was contradictory to your
jumped
original.
on me earlier for commenting on your
saying that somebody says something and then says something different isn't fallacious. It's actually fallacious to call that fallacious, and it's called a tukoque fallacy. But you don't understand dick about fallacies.
Well, I actually just pointing out a contradiction, Leo. You have a stream where you admitted that argument.
No, I didn't. And you're free to pull it up because I know for a fact I never said that.
All right, let's pull it up. That's fine. I do have it because I was going to put it into a video. I'll pull it up now. It's fine.
Is it fine?
Well, I mean, if you're okay with it, it's up to you. I mean, otherwise,
yeah, I mean, no, I was just fucking with your question there.
It's your stream.
I really I dig your little fucking virtual tool thing. That's pretty clever.
Yeah, he got that from his family album.
No, I like it. It's good. It's good.
Cool. Appreciate it. Okay, I think here it is.
It doesn't match your voice though.
Yeah, I've heard that.
People
have no clue what I look like, and they make all sorts of interesting estimations. Like really, like measuring my arms. That was hilarious. That was so funny. Okay, all right, here we go. Wait, is the volume up? Hold on. Yep. All right. Let's let Leo chime in. Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, good job.
I get your point, John. That and the thing is that the thing about appealing to a consensus, and whether it's fallacious or not, and I think we all would agree with this, ultimately depends on how you're appealing to it. If you say, you know what, look, I don't understand this well enough, and like say you said, I've been to 10 doctors and they're all telling me I have this problem. Dude, I don't know shit about medicine. I'm going to go with what the doctors say. That's acceptable. I think we can all agree with that. If the only argument you can make is that, well, all the professionals agree with this, that is technically an argument from authority because that's the only.
Not a fallacy when you're appealing to actual
another
authority.
point that I wanted to throw out is, and this is for John, who I have agreed with on a lot. I just want to preface with saying that is that you don't need to have a degree in something to understand it.
And I would almost think this, and I think you said this earlier, Leo Filius, and I respected this. You said you don't like judging things on consensus. That's an argument to authority. That's fallacious. You did say that, right? So like it would make sense that like some people though, like let's just take GE as an example. I mean, I does believe a lot of things on consensus, including scientifically and scholastically and scholarly. So it why would he refuse? What is his justification to refuse? There's more of it, but it's just a critique on GE and his like acceptance of consensus for science, but refusal of it for scholastic historicity of Jesus. But
so, hey, Smokey, can you bring up your interaction with Leo Filius from the stream that him and Knock were in with you?
Which one? Well, there was
where you wouldn't follow your own rules and let somebody speak freely.
Oh, where I was cutting Leo off? Yeah, no, I'll admit that probably wasn't the best behavior at the time, but my point stood, which I made about the point of cutting him off, which was that his ongoing, pontification on the first fallacious statement that I wanted to address was basically
I didn't make a fallacy.
So, well, it was a fallacious statement, or it was a statement I disagreed with.
It wasn't fallacious.
It just sounded like it.
Well, the point, Leo, was that I was calling you out for a contradiction, and you're like, no, it's not a contradiction. I never said this.
You didn't make it.
And I literally
didn't make a contradiction.
I think the true point here, though, is that you don't follow your own standards.
Well, I try to, Peterson. I'm not perfect like you, so I certainly try to maintain moderation in my room and try to be appropriately.
Yeah. John just broke the rules earlier. He's not perfect,
except for exactly. So, but he wants to come down on me because he's desperate that way. That's fine. That's okay.
No, not at all.
And I will say this: I still had a disagreement.
I'm pointing out that you put off this portrayal of being perfect, and that you comment on other people's behavior that you yourself display, and it's just fascinating to me.
By the way, Knock, you can take the rent off if you want to.
Just admit to I make mistakes and I'm human, Peterson, for you to say, "Oh, you paint yourself, you never make mistakes."
I find it refreshing that you just said those words. I've never heard you admit a mistake before.
Of course I did. I did with Rib too. I apologized to him on Math Pig's channel. That happened too. Peterson, you just don't see it.
That was fucking
and I think
contrived.
you're just biased against it anyway.
Yeah,
that was contrived though. That was because I was calling you out in chat, and then it was literally
Rage,
not.
I couldn't even.
It was not
I had
even.
No clue you were even there.
Dude, did you give Rib respect when you was talking shit about?
I had no clue, dude. For you to even try to take any credit for that.
Hey, let me ask you this, Smokey.
I was literally in that side chat talking shit to you about that.
Hey,
and then you went in the street finally.
Would you make a public apology to Jen Aldridge?
No, negative. She's a dirty e-thought. No, not going to happen.
So what is an e-thought and how is she one?
I think you're an e-thought.
She did a video where she admitted that anyone that's engaging in the atheist community of intellectual or philosophical exchange is guilty of intellectual masturbation. And she has no respect for those people. It's in her video called "The Atheist Community Has a Problem." and trash clown, awesome, love it. It was in that atheist community has a problem. So she's basically insulting the people she demands to have respect from, which are the people that are engaging
That's not at all
in
what she
intellectual
said.
exchange.
That is literally not at all.
I know it wasn't all she said, but it was in there. And then on top of that, she shows up with low cut tops and
wait,
hold on here.
I was just handle seeing a woman's breast.
To an induction. I was just left to a induction.
So what is wrong? What is wrong with a woman wearing a tank top and having some of her breasts showing? Or breasts inherently?
I think, Leo,
I think the better question is, what is the primary purpose of female breasts?
Did you miss everything?
What is the primary What is the primary purpose of female breasts?
I gotta push back here on this terrible commentary about Jen Aldridge. That's unfair.
Okay, go right ahead. Sure.
It's not acceptable to do that. That's ridiculous.
Well, those are just emotion statements. I'd like some actual.
I'm still trying to ask a question.
Smokey, let Randolph finish, please.
I will say there are some points that Jen and I don't agree on, but most of the things I find are fine. If you've got some legitimate criticism about some of her positions, then go for it. But if you're going to attack and try to assassinate her character on that, I object to that. That's not acceptable.
Didn't I just say that?
No, but you called her an e-thought.
The point of it?
Yeah.
You called her what was it? A degenerate e-thought or a disgusting
because I talked about how she calls all of you guys that engage in philosophical and intellectual exchange, intellectual masturbators.
That's not what she said.
How does that make her an e-thought? How does that make her an e-thought, Smokey?
I'm going to try to finish it again.
No, because you did this on stream. You did this on stream, and you fucking pushed her backstage, called her that, right? Like you completely degrade her as a woman, right? You did it in front of Religion is Bullshit, who is her boyfriend. And you was just here talking about how you gave Rib respect, but then you totally not only disrespected Rib, but Jen Aldridge in the worst way, and then you're here fucking doing it again, doubling down just like your orange cult leader. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
Well, I think I haven't heard a refutation to my actual argument yet. And
Yeah,
maybe
because you
Randolph
haven't made
might-
one. You completely misrepresented what Jen Aldrich actually said in that video.
Well,
She
no,
never
I
said what
played
you
it.
said that she said.
I played it. Yeah, I played it, and
Yeah,
I
I watched it too. That's not what she said.
And it was right there, Leo. You just wanna try and give
No,
her
it's
credit
just
for
what
other
she was
things.
saying. What she was
That's
saying is that
No,
atheists who consistently
wanna
try to
defend
take
the
the
woman.
intellectual high ground, and I like they're better than people, are the problem. People who engage in philosophical discussion. She straight up said, "That's fine. That's not me, but that's fine." She said, "When you try to act like you're better than other people because
It's
you're an
fine.
atheist and you're all philosophical,
an
then that's a problem."
intellectual
So
masturbator, she calls it.
you are completely
It's
misrepresenting
fine.
what she said.
It's all fine.
So what? How does that make her an ethot?
No, it's just funny to make that type of criticism to a community you want to join. That's
Well, you called her an ethot.
Exchange.
I don't think it's funny at all.
You have no. See, the point of that video, Leo keeps wanting to miss this.
No,
is
provide
she
some
admits-
literally shut the fuck up.
She admits- She doesn't
Dude,
have.
I'm about to mute you, Smokey. Like seriously, shut
Well,
the
I
fuck
just
up.
wanna finish my
You made a claim that Jen Aldrich is an ethot. You have provided no evidence of that. You just talked about something she said on a stream. Go ahead, Randolph, please.
What is an
because
ethot?
I'm getting angry.
Let's hear it. Smokey, maybe tell what is an ethot and then why you think she is.
Sure, someone who's attempting
asked
to
him.
capitalize on their body for followers and possible monetary gain. Yes.
How do you know she does that?
Okay, now,
What?
if somebody does
gave
that,
an argument, and I'm trying to
now
fit it.
just as an aside here, whether somebody does that or not, I don't really think that's a problem. Why do you think that that's a problem if somebody wants to present themselves in such a manner?
Well, that's fine, Randolph, and I appreciate that
Because
question.
how?
It flows, of course, from my appreciation of values for virtue of what it is to protect, sexualization to maintain inside the nuclear unit. So
Well, that's
that
your
any of the
opinion, man.
divergences that push out of it tend to lead to the propagation of malfunctioning family units, which then from that point will lead to a degradation of the culture and the moral cultural norms, which we kind of see today.
What do you consider,
real quick,
what do you consider to be the best kind of family unit, or is there only kind of one kind of family unit that should be?
I would say based upon tried and tested evidence, the most beneficial and functional family unit is the one that Judeo-Christians tend to.
Hey, real quick, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
I gotta jump in. All
Okay,
right,
so maybe you can be specific about what the makeup of that family unit is.
Well, and real quick, I just want to point out, Smokey, your definition of an ethot is wrong. The definition of an ethot is usually refers to a woman who makes money online from male or predominantly male audiences. Ethot first applied to women like cam girls who exchange pornographic videos or photos of themselves for payment. Your definition is fucking wrong. You are labeling Jen Aldrich falsely.
No, I think it was spot on.
You just got given the definition, and it does not agree with anything you just said. So how is it wrong?
Yeah, she's capitalizing on her body.
No, she's not. You don't know that. You can't prove that.
Well,
You can't
dude,
prove
that's
that.
literally okay. Well, can I finish the argument now?
Real quick, hold on.
10 minutes.
Why is this a thing?
If you have red bed sheets, obviously you're a whore. I mean,
totally.
Chill out.
Literally
Stop. I told Randolph he could continue. I cut him off. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to make that point. Your definition is wrong. Go ahead, Randolph, and then Smokey, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm curious about how Smokey, the specifics of what are examples of the proper family unit. Like, are you of the idea that it's a man and a woman that are married and possibly having kids and all this American dream stuff and whatnot, or do you have a different idea than that?
If kids are being had, yes, they're in a functional family unit with two individuals that maintain a objective standard moral truth, and also teach things like high character traits like delayed gratification.
Okay, now when you're talking to individuals, that sounds like you're not being specific about their sex. Their sexes.
Well, I can't be hyper specific about that. I can from a worldview component. The moral
so two
structure.
women could be married, and that would be a valid family unit that would be beneficial to the children and all that.
Not generally, because I think that would slant generally in a moral direction of a paradigm that I don't support. So it's the fact that the structuring, the familial structuring and moral structuring, that which would be instilled, would be divergent of those that I deem to value and regard as the moral virtue.
So you need to be more specific about the family unit, and would it be fair to say that you see the valid family unit in the example I asked for should be one male?
Valid is a rough one.
Okay.
If we make him maybe just switch the language a little bit,
Okay.
let's maybe change it to optimal. I think that might be a little more appropriate for it.
All right. So now, with all of that, there are people who want that, and that's fine. They want that for themselves. They want to have that kind of family, and I think that valid would definitely be a good word for that, and it would be optimal in their situation. Because that's what they want, and that's what makes them happy. That's what they desire. Now, if there are two people who are gay, for example, it could be two men or two women, and they want to have a family together, and they'll adopt children, or however they get children, they get children who would otherwise be not cared for. Would that not also be an example of an optimal scenario?
No. And
why not?
Because there's a comparative scenario that's more optimal in my worldview and paradigm. So, but the idea was that, well, see, here's the thing, and let me just clarify if I could, Randolph. And I appreciate these interactions. I hope you'll come on a stream sometime.
I'm looking forward to it. We're talking in email, so I'm looking forward to that happening one day.
Yeah. Beautiful. So to kind of clarify again, working off of the optimal language, it's trying to adhere to a set of guideline principles that are most beneficial. See, now and I can kind of see where maybe an objection from your point would stand in, and I'll maybe give it to you. I'll try to steel man your spot and maybe see if this helps.
Sure.
Like let's take the instance of, usually it's put in the phrasing of like a moral dilemma. So like, for instance, you have a unwanted child. Now, the Christian says you don't abort that child. That life is sacred. But at the same time, they don't want gay people having kids. So even though there could be a gay person who's willing to take the child and prioritize the life, it's kind of one of those moral dilemmas from the Christian approach. And it's a valid criticism to many Christian approaches on this.
Real quick, I need to interject. I want to ask, so no Christian woman has ever had an abortion?
I don't deal off of anecdotes, Peterson.
Well, what do you mean anecdotes? You just said that a Christian would decide to have the baby.
Most of them, I think, would. I mean, I'm not saying that's an absolute.
Statistically, hold on, let me finish. Statistically speaking, it is impossible for all the abortions in this country to have come from atheists.
Okay. Well, yeah, and
again,
Christians have probably
someone
no.
has
Actually,
God
it's
when
not
willing to slaughter their own child. That's up to debate.
It's not a. It's not a new you're wrong. It's not a no true Scotsman fallacy. It's just the facts. A majority of the people that have abortions in this country identify.
I'm saying the way I would clarify that, Peterson would call it a no true Scotsman fallacy. But I'm doing a stream on that in like an hour, so I'd like to.
So, Smokey, I think
that'll be interesting.
Can I ask Smokey about this?
I think, Smokey, what it looks like to me from my perspective, and I think you generally have the right idea about how I'm looking at it, is, as I know it, to be a specific common perspective that comes along with many Christians, not all, but most who I've interacted with seem to kind of have that attitude that no babies out of wedlock and all this kind of stuff, and the different things that you mentioned. Now, and I disagree with those views, but and I think that comes as no surprise to you. The thing that concerns me is that, like, when you're saying that it's wrong, it's as if you're saying that this is wrong for everyone. Like, if you're saying this is wrong for your own situation, okay, I can accept that. But if you're saying it's wrong for other people, and other people aren't in agreement with you on your value system, that's where there's a problem.
Well, that's why I diet, so it's wrong for everybody to eat cookies. It's the same logic. I'm a vegan, so it's wrong for everybody to eat meat.
Well, that's why I'm not making an argument from opinion, and I appreciate that. But that's not where the argument.
You're literally making an argument.
I'm saying literally.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yeah, I'm going to take control of the room again because a lot of people want to get in here. I'm going to stay out of it, and then we're going to go back to we're going to let Randall and Smokey go on, and then as far as anybody else, start putting your hand up in the private chat.
I just have one more.
Well, hold on. Yeah, and you can go, Smokey. You're next. I just wanted to bring this up. I put it on the screen before, and it doesn't seem to be coming up now. Okay. Here. And what I wanted to say to this is that, wait a minute, how did it go away?
No, it's right there.
Do that. You always have a delay, John.
Yeah. Well, okay. So the reason I wanted to comment on this is I wanted to tell, what's that word? Perfect One. I wanted to tell Perfect One. I honestly think that Smokey could make a lot of money in skinny arm fetish porn. I just wanted to say that. But go ahead, Smokey.
Okay.
Oh, I want to give you props, Smokey, for laughing at that. I appreciate it when we can laugh at ourselves.
I mean, the level of desperation of like measuring my arms.
Oh, a level of desperation. No, it's a fair assessment.
I mean, I literally did a cooking video, and I'm like, there's no way.
But you got some skinny ass arms, dude.
Respond to this. Like, no, he will.
You got some skinny ass arms, but please go ahead.
Dude, we were placing bets on whether or not you were petty enough to respond to something like that. I lost. I was literally the only one saying you probably wouldn't do that. You wouldn't.
I'm petty as fuck. What are you talking about? I am petty.
It was hilarious. Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Time out. The irony of you calling someone else petty is just so fucking.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I admit it. I get petty. I will get down in the mud with fucks like you. I'm petty. Yeah.
If I could, and I just want to make the point on this too about and again, this is kind of used typically with the no true Scotsman fallacy, which is kind of trying to paint out whenever we draw a correlation to someone who's outside of the definitional range of a Christian, is we're said to be committing the error of the fallacy. And we're not actually doing that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you absolutely are.
Definition, which is presented in the source material to apply it to who is actually that thing.
What
so
source material?
Well, that would be the Bible. So
let's let Smokey finish, please. Let Smokey finish, and then we'll respond.
Yeah, and we have a bunch of other people that want to get in on this. So go ahead.
Well, that's fine. I'll tell you what. I'll just finish this point, and I'll go ahead and bow out because I have to get ready.
Well, no, you're not bow out. I think they want to talk to you.
Well. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'll give it another 10 minutes or so. Okay. But Randolph, and I appreciate you taking that point. And again, the language was about optimization, and I was just steel manning your point to kind of respond to it, because usually the language is like that. It's in the language of moral dilemmas. And so what I would say is I take the point that I do, I would say support consistency in the viewpoint of lining up objective factors, and there's things in our society that I don't like, that I don't think are moral, that are legal, that if we were to suddenly do like a major paradigm shift of those things, it could be more damaging. The cure could be more damaging than handling it appropriately. And I think there is a lap-sided view on many political fronts as to what the policies they're pushing for would actually do. So I have a bit of a different view on that too. Like, I would say I will line up on the idea I'm pro-life. I think that children's lives, I think people should have the chance to live. I think everyone should have the chance to live. Everyone that's conceived should have the chance to live. I just kind of, feel that way in a sense of equality, but at the same time, I'm going to stick to that. And even if the point where it comes down to, well, there's a homosexual couple that wants to adopt a child and they're stable and they're able to be seen by the state. I mean, what's the other option? For the child to be put in the state where it's likely also going to be abused. Again, Christians, I think, try to sometimes ignore the existence of the moral dilemma and say that we can always chase absolute good. And that's just not how the world works. Sometimes we can only push towards optimal good. So that's just where I wanted to go.
Real quick, just so you know, I've got Mr. Park will be next, Maynard's after that, Tioga, but Randolph, you get a chance to respond to that since he was addressing you. You're muted, Randolph.
Sorry about that. I kind of lost track of that a little bit. I think I apologize.
Okay.
I'm going to go back.
Try to summarize it real quick again, if you want.
Summarize.
Yeah, it's. I was drawing the conclusion that usually this language is done with moral dilemma language. So like, which is better, to have the child aborted or adopted by a homosexual family. And that kind of stumbles a lot of Christians in many ways. But for me, it's real simple that the primary obligation is reverence of human life. and to give people the opportunity to live. So it's allowable in that sense of a social policy, but that's the idea of Christians being willing to push towards optimal good instead of absolute good. And it flows from, being civically responsible with your policies and what you want to do to actually benefit mankind. Because if we believe that our objective values and morals are beneficial, then we should be able to promote them from the ground up, not the top down. This is why none of the apostles nor Jesus actually ever shot for nor encouraged anyone to attain political offices, because Christianity was supposed to be the language of the common folk. If all the common people were Christian and that's the language they were speaking, the leadership would just flow naturally from that. So it was never intended to be this top-down, type of where you can legislate, morality, and they usually will point to theocratic measures and laws, as a standard, which had a completely different social and cultural dynamic, also a completely different level of accountability as painted. So it's just not an appropriate equivocation.
Well, real quick before you go, Randall, I mean, literally, I kept track. Your summary was longer than your statement. But go ahead, Randall.
Sorry.
I'm not too worried about that, John, but thank you.
I'm not either. I'm just being a fucking asshole. Go ahead.
Hey, you said it, not me. When you're talking about legislating things, how people should behave and whatnot, in effect, that's what Christianity is doing in a way. It's coming up with 10 commandments, which I have problems with most of them, and in fact, all of them in a way, but most of them for the most part. And then there's, I think, you're looking at the dilemma that you talk about was abort or gay adoption. Well, that's missing a big part in the middle. That there's a cartoon that goes around that has it shows somebody, a whole church congregation of people saying, so who's against abortion? And then the whole congregation puts their hands up, and then the presenter's asking, okay, who wants to adopt? And nobody puts their hands up. Right. So there's a certain kind of note of hypocrisy there that's being talked about, and somehow it's got spread right to the extremes, and that's being lost.
I agree. And
real quick,
when you talk about objective morality, though, I'm not on the same page with you on that one, where you're saying that we want to follow objective morality. And the reason is because nobody has been able to provide me, at least, with a validatable example of objective morality, and objective being that it applies to all life everywhere in the cosmos.
Well, and I would say, and I guess maybe that's a little bit of a colloquialism philosophically for objective morality.
No, I'm being quite clear here, but go ahead.
Well, no, I just, in terms of, it's not quite convergent with what I would be using it as, quite in my phraseology, and it has to do with a whole anecdote I do about whether or not it's wrong to murder in a universe where you can't murder, but that's kind of off the topic.
Well, and real quick, let me jump in here, because you said you only had 10 minutes. I want to get these other folks in.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's go to the others.
In case they wanted to ask you a question. Okay. But I did want to ask you one final question. Should a fetus be brought to term even under circumstances where the mother's life is at risk?
Well, I would say that the whole instance of that, Peterson, has been never an issue until we had the ability to kill the child. So
it's never been it's never.
Yeah.
What?
Well, what I'm saying is that it was never a decision to be made until science had progressed to a level where we could actually do something like that. And I'm actually one of those where I'm okay with saying, like, the fringe instances are all right. So like a fringe instance is where the incest and rape, pops into play or something like that.
No, I just can't. I can't.
I will.
Let's get to the other people, John. Well, let's not go into a fucking tirade on abortion right now, please.
Mr. Parker, you were next.
Yeah. So this is a short question. So you're talking about optimal relationships in like the family,
I'm sorry.
Okay, but you're talking about the optimal family structure, and Randolph was talking about same sex and heterosexual relationships. And you said heterosexual relationships are probably more optimal than same-sex. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think I have some statistics for that. I'd say that's probably true. Yeah.
Okay, so should we be striving for a society where we have the most optimal family structure, but due to that, no, let me rephrase that. Should we be striving for the most optimal family structure, or should we be striving for all family structures to maximize the child adoption, like the quality of life?
Strive for the most optimal family structure, the one that's, I mean, atheists are big on, testable, repeatable. Testable, repeatable evidence is that the man, woman, child, family unit is the most successful. It just is at raising children who are productive members of society. And the problem is, I think there's not a lot of numbers on the gay unions, and I've tried to look at them in terms of the raising of children. Not a lot of them do it. It's not a common thing.
Wait a minute, real quick. So, did you at the beginning of that statement actually deride with your tone? You derisively said testable, repeatable, and then went on to use testable, repeatable results to make your point.
I like testable, repeatable things.
Oh, okay.
Especially in the realm of where testable, repeatable things are expected.
I misconstrued your tone then because you said it very derisively.
Okay. Well, I mean, I said it derisively because supposedly the atheists that generally that's their standard, kind of for a sense of coherentist or empiricism. That's kind of what I tend to expect. Yeah, empiricism. Sorry, slip of the tongue.
I think people in possession of reason are the ones that like testable, repeatable science.
That's another one. So testable, repeatable, that's what I was talking about. So the testable, repeatable model is that this is the best unit for raising children. Children are the next generation. This is what has been shown to generally cultivate healthy emotional dynamics and responsibility for society. So, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. I mean, and it's sad, but I think you guys know this, maybe you don't, but it's a very small segment of the gay population that actually adopts children.
Hey, I gotta get these other people in. Patiently waiting for like 20 minutes. Come on, more than 20 minutes, half hour. But I just have to say to Knock real quick. Knock, I understand now. I'm totally on your page.
With what?
You gotta let him bury
it. Maynard, go ahead. Maynard, you're next.
I'm responding, and I'm not hearing any refutation. I'm just hearing questions. So,
can I just have a few minutes, real quick?
Oh, absolutely.
Smokey.
I gotta go in a few minutes, but yeah, let's.
Yeah, Jen, he's trying to leave. I would like you to respond to Jen Aldridge if she wants to come in.
If she really wants to, that's fine.
Smokey, I got some questions, bro.
Yeah, come on, let Maynard have his time, and then we'll figure the other shit out later. Go ahead, Maynard.
Yeah, I mean, you're not starting until 11, Smokey. You start late.
Dude, I said I would like to get something to eat before I start. Is that okay, or do I have to give you the whole rest of the time? What am I obligated?
Can I ask, please?
Well, you might need something to eat.
You
might need something to eat. Well, I'm just saying, you said a lot of things about Jen tonight.
Hey, man,
I'm just saying, you said a lot about Jen tonight. Give her a chance to respond.
Wait, Smokey.
Come on, let me ask Smokey.
Yeah. Hold on, wait a minute. Smokey, stay longer, and I'll Uber Eats send you something on Uber Eats.
Yeah, well, I need to have time to eat it, Peterson. That's wrong. And yeah, I'm going to give you my address. Yeah, that'll happen. What is it, Maynard? Come on, let's go.
All right, so I'm a cannabinoid matard, right, to you? So I have some simple questions, all right? Okay. Number one, what happens to aborted fetuses?
It depends. There's actually reports.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, I think I don't know. I mean, some of them are just disposed as bio waste. Some of them are used in medical research. Some of them are, auctioned off to the highest bidder. If you believe
where do you believe aborted babies go to?
As in their souls.
Didn't I just answer that? Oh, the souls. Oh, the souls of the babies?
Yeah, the souls.
Okay, yeah, I would believe the souls. If the souls are indeed finally created, I mean, there's different camps on that in ancient Hebrew thought, but if they are created, they would go up to heaven with God. Yeah, because they're not any level of accountability for sin.
Okay, great. So the
No problem.
only official way we know to get to heaven at this point right now is to be aborted. Is that correct?
It's the most reliable way.
Wait, what? No.
I mean that's the only 100% guarantee into heaven is to be
like
aborted.
a cannabis plant on your icon there?
You goddamn fucking right it is.
Oh, that would explain
It ain't
a
a
lot.
plant,
That would
dumbass.
explain
It's a
a lot.
bud off a plant.
Yeah. Like this is like I love how like the stoners are like legalize it, and they show up and act like borderline retarded. Like,
You know what? We can talk about fucking weed another time. I want to talk to you about abortion, bro.
Okay, well, hurry up, dude. I don't
wait.
hear a question. What's the
Smokey,
issue?
hold on. Hold on. He made a point. He made a point, and here's what you're missing. What he's saying is, what he's saying is that if a baby is born and then reaches the age of cognizance and being responsible for their own action, then there's always the chance they will displease God and not make it into heaven. But if that baby was aborted before it could ever do anything, it's got a 100% guarantee going to heaven.
There's a chance.
That's right, John.
Well, that's fine, Peterson. There's a chance it could die horribly of a. Can I respond? There's a chance.
No, it doesn't matter because you're talking about a fetus.
Can I respond?
Let me ask you a question, Smokey.
Can I respond? Why can't I respond?
You already did.
No,
you said an aborted fetus goes to heaven. Now stop. Let me ask you a hypothetical, all right? If you had a child that you knew was an atheist, was going to hell.
I'd have no way to know that.
Okay?
I'd have no way to know that.
Hypothetical, just play along.
It's a worthless hypothetical. I'd never be able to know that. I don't have the agency for it.
You sound like the NIFB right now.
Well, no, it's just
exactly. Like if your child told you I'm an atheist,
a unrealistic, impossible hypothetical. I don't have the agency. I don't have the agency for that.
Problem solved. They are an atheist.
I mean, it's just a false challenge. It's just not something that's even.
It's a hypothetical, you dumbass.
Well, it's a fallacious hypothetical. It makes no sense. It's like what if the sky was
It's not a fallacious hypothetical. I am an atheist. My father is a Southern Baptist. It happens, Smokey. It fucking happens.
Would I?
Okay, if you knew, Smokey.
If I knew it was going to be an atheist, so it could get to heaven. Instead
No, this is the hypothetical, you dumbass.
If you knew,
if you know your child,
an atheist, really?
Is that the question?
If you know your child's an atheist, they're going to spend his eternity in hell. And Jesus comes up to you and says, "Hey, you can go back. You can abort that child. He'll be in heaven 100%. Spend eternity with you." Or you can let him gamble his life so that you can spend maybe 40, 50, 60 years with him here on earth. What would you do?
I would ask God to take them then, I guess. Before
really?
Thank you. Thank you. You proved my point. Why do you have a problem with abortion if they all go to fucking heaven?
I'll answer. Because it's not our agency to operate with deciding on people's future for them. That's not our agency.
You know what? You can repent if you're the mother, can't you?
Why your challenge is a weed-baked.
Can't the mother repent?
Because what you're doing is you're trying to force an agency that we don't ever possibly have access to in order to actually apply.
Okay.
Shit, Smokey.
No, all right, stop. Yep, all right. So only on the Raging Atheist. Go ahead,
It's
John.
just the dumbest point I've ever made. I figure it comes from a stoner.
Smokey. All right. Quiet. Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Tioga.
Hi. So I pretty much have the same point as Maynard. Like, I'm a mom. I wouldn't want to have a child if they were going to be subjected to heinous pain or anything, or murder by some parts of people in the world. So, like, I don't know. I just really feel like it is the decision of the parents to be like, do you have the impetus to be able to support this child? Or are you going to subject him to torture? And I think that's what Smokey Saint was just saying, was that they would subject it to God, right? If that happened.
I don't think any of us want our children to like suffer. If we have children, we generally want them to be safe and secure and happy. But again, then that's a pitch against our emotional, moral stance of a finite mind. That's why
it's
that's the whole point of the fucking question.
That's why the comparison doesn't work, because it puts us in the place of God in order to make the challenge.
Well, you know,
and
if you
that's
can
just why
feed
it's
your
fallacious hypothetical.
you know if you can feed your children or not. You know if you can take care of them or not. Can't
Well,
you?
Do you guys accept the idea that there's a reason we have a linear timeline in this reality that we
I
can't
don't see how that's relevant. I don't see how
Smokey,
that's relevant.
would you rather spend existence with your children or just your time on Earth?
Well, I don't get to make that call, Maynard. That's not how it works because I don't have that agency. So,
I'm
like,
just
if
saying,
you,
as a mom, I know when I can feed my kids and when I can't. So I think that it's a decision that humans can make to not subject their children to suffering. And I think that if there was a God, he would probably want us to make the best decision.
the issue is you have, but the problem, Tioga, this is what you're not understanding. You don't possess the agency to know that.
No, I do.
Okay, well,
you can say,
like I literally
if
do.
I were a Christian, I would have aborted all my children to make sure I saw them all in heaven.
Well, yeah, I would agree with Tioga.
That's
I think we
horrible.
do have the
That's
agency.
horrible, Maynard. And you, this is what you don't get about the call of the Christian walk is to actually.
I would just repent, Smokey. What's the big fucking deal? I'd repent and be forgiven.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, is this an argument that you can
communicate that
repent
it's
for
not
anything?
coherent to the claim of God, so we
All right,
would never communicate that. Number two, everyone is supposed to be given their chance to operate their faith test. This is very, very clear.
But that's
Everyone's
not
supposed to be
true.
given their chance. So the idea that God would show up to pose a claim to challenge that just makes no sense. It's incoherent.
Real quick.
What's more important, to get souls to heaven or to be happy on Earth?
Smokey, you're going to be in so much trouble when Jen's here. You're going to be so much
I don't know if
trouble.
that's even gonna happen. I'm trying to like get through this, and I really I do have.
I'm gonna start fucking muting everybody.
No. So no. Control.
It's just a
So
dumpster fire at this point.
No,
Maynard's a retard.
Smokey. I really would like you to have time with Jen Aldrich, please.
Okay.
Can I just ask him two really quick, simple yes or no questions?
Leo,
Just yes or no questions.
Leo, no. We don't have much time left. And
Exactly. That's why I want to ask him.
We already went through the people that had their hands up. Jen's
Jen,
coming
you're
in.
Jen is here. Yeah, we're gonna let this happen.
Non-YouTube things are slipping out. Hold on. Oh, hey, Smokey. So they're here if you'd like to talk to them. Right here.
Why do you try to advertise to be the thing I call you to be? Like,
Honey, if you want to talk to my kids, I figure you'd leave them. I'd leave them uncovered.
Jill would be running by now.
Everybody.
I'd say they're taking a stand, but I don't see her standing.
I mean, this is
Oh,
incredible.
I covered that.
Like, so I make
I didn't want to get Knox channel.
I make a
completely.
point about how she just shows up to show her boobs, and she shows up in the room to just
But
show
Smokey,
her boobs.
I wore red just for you, honey.
It's red, Smokey.
It's red, Smokey.
The alpha male doesn't like boobs.
Look at them.
Subscriber list is just like losing their mind in jealousy over me right now. I'm sure this is just like
You
Red
want to
Aldrich
talk
for
to them.
VP.
all the boys with the tips on the wind down. I'm sure. Just
Red boobs.
Why
Red
did
boobs,
you wear
hot
this for
boobs.
Smokey and not for us?
Hell yeah.
Smokey, how come your face isn't turning red?
Oh, well,
Red.
oh,
I mean,
you know
pulled
what?
out
Oh,
the
wait, did I
best
save
red
one?
bra for you.
Wait,
So,
I think I saved
Smokey,
the
tell
best
me,
one.
what is the
The
problem with
reason,
that?
wait. The reason
have
that
a red
Smokey,
version of the
wait a minute.
avatar.
The reason that Smokey's face is not turning red is because he's too much of a bitch to show his face live.
Red boobs.
Well,
My
Jill
tits
left
have
about
more
30
balls
seconds
than you,
ago,
Smokey.
so-
My literal tits have more balls than you.
Okay, no, I didn't save it. I thought
Come
I had
on.
a red version of the avatar. Sorry, everyone.
Well,
That was-
anyways,
So here's some boobs. Here's some boobs. I
know,
fed my
Jen,
kid with
you're all
them.
about your boobs. It's only your boobs. It's only your boobs all the time. It's all you have to offer. Yes,
Smokey.
Yes,
I made
because
the
I'm
point.
gonna
Yes,
suffer
thank
from
you.
heat
I just
stroke.
wanna ask-
Smokey,
You'll
all right,
lose your
for working
sensibilities in
30,
the South,
keep
Smokey.
on-
Smokey, I definitely like Jen's biscuits and gravy much better than yours.
All right,
I
Smokey,
literally can't even mirror this. I can't even literally mirror
Smokey,
this. Like,
I know know you got to go.
I do have to go.
I want to
Please
hear from Jen Aldrich.
No, I mean he wants
she
to
can
talk about
after I
them.
leave. I don't know. Like, let her finish whatever she has to say to me. What do you have to say, Jen? Just your boobs. We're here for your boobs. Here are the boobs.
About them and talk to them. You don't want
right.
to
Beautiful.
confront actual facts that I've given you
Like what?
against your arguments against
what?
me. What about that video, Smokey, where you said that my pick-me purity was just so demeaning to women who want to live a traditional lifestyle, yet I clearly stated if that's what works for them and their partners, I support that. Do you just pick and choose? I mean, are you that typical cherry-picking Christian?
Can I respond?
What's up? Go ahead.
Like cherry picking, and I see this is what the kind of like relatively low-witted atheists tend to do is like, and Ronnie does this too, I'll admit it, where like he says something really stupid that like reveals their position. It's kind of like a Freudian slip.
Smokey, you're not answering the question. I specifically, no, you're not.
Yeah, I will. Let me finish it, and I will.
Honey, get your fucking micro dick out of your mouth and directly answer a fucking
Why are you talking about Ronnie when you have Jen Aldrich in her bra?
These are like the only tits you'll probably see for free in like the next year.
You guys hear Smokey stuttering a little bit now that he's talking.
Can I just answer the question? Like, I mean, again, all about the boobs. Yeah, Jen, I get it. Okay. The point is,
honey, they're fabulous. Why should they not be out? Be proud of what your girls got, right?
Not with
be
a 10
proud of what you got.
Not with a 10-foot full and ribs.
I'm sorry, Ted. Did I
Smokey, don't you mean a 10mm pole?
I don't want hepatitis. Okay, but anyway, no. I'm not
I thought we agreed to not have your
You
mother
better
plan
stay away
parenthood
from Gavin then.
That's very mean that you're talking about your mom that way. Go ahead.
Oh my God.
Oh
Well,
shit.
And there
I'm
he
glad
goes.
he's gone. Anyways, Jen, you're hot as fuck. But
Thank you.
anyways,
I put on the favorite bra tonight. I was like,
Can I say hi?
Thanks, guys, for letting me ask Smokey the two literal, like 5-second yes or no questions that would have made a really, really awesome point.
He's having a stream.
I'm sorry, Leo. I just had to make it happen. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, it could have still happened, and I could have also asked him my questions that I really wanted to ask him because he kept talking to Maynard about how
I
apparently
didn't even do my hair. Like legitimately, I just jumped on.
He kept talking to Maynard like, if you smoke weed, you're stupid. So I was going to ask him, number one, if he smokes weed, which I know the answer is no. And then I was going to ask him, like, if he knew what, say, like, perturbation theory was, because I was going to demonstrate that, well, I smoke weed and I know what that is. So obviously everybody who smokes weed isn't stupid. I wanted to make him look like a fool, but God forbid that would have taken up.
I'm sorry, Lee. We were on a time. Like, do you know how hard it was to keep Smokey here until Jen got here?
My hair's
Leo,
not even
I
done.
appreciate that.
Yeah, like my hair isn't even done because I knew he was gonna bail.
Hey, can I say hi?
I'm gonna bail, y'all. Good night. Love you, Rage.
I didn't even do the hair.
Peterson 2020.
I didn't even do the hair because I was like, he's gonna fucking bail. So I just like ran a comb through it and left. Like, fuck it.
I hate the fucking hotkeys on this goddamn laptop.
Holy shit! What happened to your mic while you were gone?
What do you mean?
You sound like
What?
You sound like fucking Optimus Prime, and we're all gonna fucking die at your hands or something, man.
Autobots, let's roll.
You're loud as fuck, dude.
Yeah, really loud.
I don't know.
Yo,
I don't.
up?
Let me.
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Now you're
All
good.
right.
What's up?
Okay.
Well, all right. So control. What started in a disaster. Jen Aldrich. I just want to say, Jen Aldrich 2020 for real.
Yep.
420.
Maynard says John Peterson 2020.
Like the bed isn't even fully made. My hair's not done. I was like, I'm gonna fucking bail if I don't.
I'm stepping down from the Maynard save, saying Peterson 2020. I say Aldrich 2020, and then she can give me a position on a cabinet.
My campaign slogan is "Fuck your bitch and the clique you claim." Aldrich 2020.
Shaka.
Yo, can I throw out a quick point?
I commend you. But go ahead, Quentin.
I do have to leave. I just wanted to jump on quick. I do have to leave and like do my dishes and like give my kid hot chocolate.
Oh, wait a minute.
I wanted to tell you something.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wait. I get to say
I'm never gonna get to say.
You get to talk. You get to talk. I promise. Jen, I love you. You are the greatest. I love what you did to Smokey. And
that was fucking hilarious.
I'm surprised to hear that you're going to be doing dishes because I thought, Smokey says you're online all day, showing your boobs and making money.
I'm not even monetized. Like my Twitch is not even affiliate. Like what money am I? It's with my Soros check apparently.
Real quick before you go, I just hope you know. I just hope you know that there's going to be like 1,000 conspiracy theories about that red bra. I'm just saying.
Real quick, Jen, just to point out.
It may be okay. So this is discontinued.
my
This
God.
one, if we can get some
I'm never
motivation
gonna-
like going, we can get this maybe recontinued.
Quentin,
by
just
Victoria's
keep
Secret.
talking and don't stop.
I was just gonna say, Jen, just to make a point, not all Christians are cunts. I am a Christian
know.
and I'm not an asshole.
I
Just-
know.
just put that
I
out
know.
there.
I love how
You're talking-
Smokey.
You're
Yeah,
talking
but
to
you're
the
not-
allyship
yeah, but-
person, so
Yeah, but Quinn, you're not a real Christian.
you're talking to the
Appreciate
allyship person that tries to build bridges between people of faith and atheists. So I know not all Christians are dicks.
Yes,
I know.
yes, and Jen, you are doing great work. And
Yeah,
keep it up.
apparently.
I'm
What
gonna
you
have
do
to
with
take
your
a shower.
business is your business.
I gotta get going though. Thank you guys for having me on. I have been wanting to set that up for the longest time, and the
That was
opportunity
beautiful.
finally came.
That was better
fucking
than when
beautiful.
Stupid Horror Energy went into Praise's channel. Straight there.
Some actual
Jill,
tits.
straight left. Nicholas Whitmer must have been wrestling with his flesh because that guy, I'm pretty sure, is gay.
Fucking one of
but
the
it
greatest
was
moments on
better than
YouTube.
that.
Jen, I commend you and fucking keep up the fight.
Oh, and
Thank
Jen,
you.
I guarantee you, there is going to be a clip cut out of this stream of your
I
interaction.
hope it's this
with
one.
Smokey.
I really
The
hope
whole
it's that
thing.
one.
The whole
I
thing.
am sexist enough to focus on the boobies.
Leo, don't take the claim about Nicholas from me, man. I made that claim. Don't
I
take
still don't know if it's true, but Speed's been making it for a long time. And Jen, I
you
hope
guys
you
for
didn't hear
having
what
me
I said
on.
earlier.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much, Jen.
No
Thank you so
problem.
much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Good night,
I'll
Jen.
tell you what, Jen
Wow.
showing up trumps the trash clown showing up by like 10,000, man. That was like fucking
Definitely.
But the trash clown was probably second, though. Let's be honest.
yeah.
I sent her a private message when all this started, just right after I joined in, to let her know what was going on. I don't know if she was already in the chat or, but she seemed to be quite happy to get involved here.
Oh, thank you, Randolph, because I totally did not think about doing that. Like I should have the moment she came up.
But didn't I tell you that like Smokey is a bitch, and all it takes is some fucking
A real woman?
A real woman to come in here and talk some shit. Like, fuck Smokey. Like,
Yes, you did, Tioga.
Well,
Yes,
and
you
here's the
fucking
thing.
did.
Well, I'm going to promise now. I'm going to commit Knock to something, whether he agrees or not. We will be reviewing parts of the stream at some point, and we'll show all the warts. We'll show how he came in and got me riled up, and had me and Knock, going at one another a little bit. But we're going to also show all the idiocy that came out of his mouth while he was.
I wish he didn't have to go, because if he was still around, everybody could have asked more questions. It would have been really.
I could have asked my two questions and made him look like a dumbass.
Yes, and real quick, I just want to say, like he had a victory, right? Like he had a victory. This fucking idiot came back
and
in. Oh my god!
Oh, by the way, Knock, did you hear it? Empiricism? We got another one on the record.
Yeah, yes, I heard it. I heard it, Leo. Yes, I did.
And then he seemed to be claiming, he didn't go all the way, but he seemed to be claiming, oh, well, there's never instances where the mother's life is at risk. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
And he says, and then how about the argument? Okay, well, that only happened when we got scientifically advanced enough to know that the mother was at risk.
It's like saying women die until cars was a thing.
As I recall, there's something in the Bible, in Numbers somewhere, who prescribes how to cause an abortion, and I think Neil's comments there got corrupted. I think his message got mixed up. Not sure what happened there.
No, what do you mean? Oh, it said who's the idiot in the middle or something like that.
Yeah, I think his message didn't come through properly. Somehow got mixed up, damaged over the internet
Well,
lines.
here I can put it up again so that we can see what it said.
I thought it was just Neil kind of throwing some band.
Oh wait, here we go.
Randolph.
I mean, just for clarification's sake, since Randall brought it up.
That looks like a data translation error. I think he's having data transmission problems.
I don't know. He's in Canada. They have pretty good internet.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
Heck you.
Hey, Speed, come on in, man. Here, I'll post
Please. Also, did anybody notice when Smokey brought up that clip of when I supposedly said the thing that I never actually said about consensus, that he just like completely stopped even talking about that because he realized he didn't have it right?
He like, I don't understand. Like, I watched it and I listened pretty hard and like, okay, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with the statement.
Yeah, I was like, I remember saying that and that and that, and that's this is exactly. I remember this exactly. Correct.
And then he's like, "That's fallacious," and I'm like, "The heck."
And you know what I liked about him showing that clip is because right before that we were talking about how he did you dirty in that other stream, and right after he got done claiming, I let people come on my stream and they get to talk when I come to them, they get to make their point, and then I bring up what he did to you the other day, but he brings up another time.
Yeah. But I just have to reiterate this point. Like Sun Tzu, the art of war. You get a victory. You take that victory and you propagize. You use that propaganda, right? He came back in after getting a victory. This fucking idiot came back in and allowed Randolph to bring Jen Aldrich in here to destroy him. This was fucking brilliant. I mean, I can't. I could not make this scenario up in my wildest fucking dreams. I couldn't.
Well, look, man, I don't want to take away any of your thunder there, Knock, but that was my plan the whole time.
I'm going to have to listen back on the stream because the last part of what Jen said, I missed it because I was on the phone. So, sounds like it was really good.
Oh my God, Randolph! It was YouTube gold.
I also like how Smokey never answered my question when I asked him, "What is the primary purpose of female breasts?" Because I was getting to, well, they're for feeding a child. Well, is that sexual, or is it that you're choosing to sexualize her breasts? Gee, I wonder why.
Leo, are you assuming there's only one primary purpose?
Yeah, what the fuck, Leo? Boobs
Open
are
your
the
mind, my friend. Open your mind.
Look, boobs are the gift that keeps on giving. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose. I can't make any comments because the boobs I want to talk about, I'm not going to talk about.
Wait a minute. Everybody be quiet for wait a minute. Everybody be quiet for a moment. I'm having a moment about Jen's breast. So just
No.
No.
Just give me another 35 seconds.
I'm having a moment about Jen and her liberation and her just showing humanity to Smokey Saint.
Jen is my hero.
Jen Aldrich, 20 motherfucking 20. I am a fucking solid fan now. Like, there's nothing anybody could ever say to me about Jen Aldrich where I'm like, no, that's not gonna happen.
No shit.
I adore her. I think she's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous because when Jen shows her boobs, everybody's happy, but when I show mine, everybody leaves.
Dude, I feel that, Quentin. I feel that.
I don't know, Quentin. Wait a minute. Come on, Cameron.
Hashtag man boobs. I'm just saying.
Come on, Cameron. Show him real quick.
No, I don't want to make Knox channel. I don't want to make Knox channel turn into a ghost town. So.
It's got to be good. You got to have the lingerie. You got to have angles. Get it.
Well, I'm not even I'm not even wearing a shirt. This is my shirt, my zip up. So, I'm just wearing titties under this thing.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. All natural.
I know I keep bringing this up, but maybe other people didn't hear it. I asked Aaron Raw the other night to grab my tits.
What's up, Knock?
Well, I was just gonna say, your God wants you to be naked.
Hey man, if I could be naked every minute of the day, I would be.
That was the intentional plan, my dude. Don't let Satan corrupt you. Go naked, my man.
I'm always naked under these clothes, man. I'm always naked.
I'm always naked under these clothes. I'm hilarious.
100% free.
Yeah, I'm naked right now under all these clothes too.
Hell yeah, free the nipple.
I'm naked right now except for the shirt I have on. No,
and let me just say, please sub to my brother Neil, the 604 atheist. My brother from another mother.
Let's play strip poker.
I mean, I don't know how that's gonna work.
I think strip poker is a double entendre, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you get the pun.
Speaking of double entendre, Randolph Richardson, before the stream, I showed John Peterson Eminem's Darkness for the first time. And he was blown the fuck back.
Yeah.
Who's
that's That whole album
Did you
is
say
fucking
who's
beautiful.
Eminem? Did you just say who is Eminem?
Is it somebody on YouTube that I don't know, or are you talking about?
Oh my
I
god!
really hope you're
I
trolling,
wish
bro.
I wish I wouldn't get a strike, and I would play this fucking video for you right now.
Dude, I hope you're. I think
Some other
he's
time
trolling.
then. You can catch me up on it later.
I will DM you the link on Twitter, Randolph. It is a beautiful fucking video, man.
Are you serious about not knowing who Eminem is, though, Randolph?
Are you talking about a famous music star?
Yes.
Okay, I think I have a general idea then.
Not only famous music star, but Michigander.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Doug, have you heard the entirety of Music to Be Murdered By, or just that song?
Oh, I got the CD, my dude.
Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say that album is fucking amazing in on itself.
But that song, I mean,
Darkness.
Stan is the greatest rap song ever made. Darkness is number 2.
No.
Yes. I am anti-gun. I am anti-gun as fuck.
Listen. Knock. If you said Eminem was the greatest rapper of all time, I'll die on that hill with you right away.
Oh yeah, I am making that claim. I am making that claim.
Oh, I'll die on that fucking hill with you.
Ever.
Like
Eminem, he is the rap god. Nobody.
Bro, you don't know how many people I have fought tooth and nail to prove the point that Eminem is the greatest rapper of all time.
He's not the
You don't know.
greatest.
He really is, though.
What about Jurassic 5? Like, have you ever heard
fuck Jurassic 5. Let's talk Tupac. Tupac's the only other motherfucker up in this conversation.
I would say Kendrick Lamar is also up there, bro. I'm sorry, but I have to.
You would say wrong, my dude. You would say wrong. Kendrick needs to prove himself for about 15 more years.
And even bringing
bullshit. Wait. Hang on.
I have listened.
Hang on. No.
No, I'm the moderator.
Really? Okay.
Shut the fuck up. Even bringing Tupac into the conversation, Eminem. Here, I got to turn my camera on for this. Eminem is up here, and Tupac might be like right about there.
I'm sorry, not, but
no. I'm going to turn my camera on. Tupac or Eminem is right here. Tupac is right fucking here.
No, I'm sorry, not.
Hey,
but
can
I'm
I tell you
fight
guys?
Why
Can I tell you guys?
Hierarchical rather than.
I have lived my entire life in Detroit. Right now, my house, I am about 1.5 miles from that trailer. Off of 8 Mile, yeah. You can throw a stone from my backyard into Detroit.
That's what I'm saying. Eminem.
Hail Mary was better than any Eminem song. Just
no.
It was so good. It's so good.
I love Hail Mary isn't even the greatest Tupac song. The greatest Tupac song of all time is Keep Your Head Up.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm an Ice Cube guy. Ice Cube's the best rapper of all time.
Wow. Oh, Jesus fuck.
God bless me.
I am scarred for life now.
Hey, Knock.
Tupac.
We're gonna have to have a debate at some point, man. Me and you.
About what?
Why Kendrick Lamar deserves second place. We'll have to have that debate.
Kendrick Lamar is like 6th place at this point.
No, Kendrick Lamar is top 2 because if you listen to Pimp a Butterfly, which I don't know if you have. By the way, the only rapper to ever win a literary award for a rap album. I'll put that out there.
Yes, I know. Because you know why though, right? You know why though, right?
Why?
Because Eminem white.
No.
I went there. I fucking went there.
No, Eminem did something that no other rapper can actually say that they did.
Eminem kept the fucking music industry alive for like 4 fucking years by himself. But I'm talking way back in the what was that shit? What was that like old platform on the internet?
I agree with
you. You could go on and like, just copy any fucking song you wanted to. Not LimeWire, before LimeWire.
I don't know.
LimeWire was like computer virus shit.
Even Loonies, I got 5 on it, was better than Eminem.
Loonies, I got 5 on it. It was
It's a good
song of all time.
Sorry,
I'm not big on rap music, so I'm just.
Rap music is my thing.
I don't disagree with you. No, I don't disagree with you that Eminem will always have number one, but number two is where I disagree with you.
Number two is Tupac Shakur.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Kendrick takes that spot. I'm sorry.
Tupac
I will have
Shakur
that
could
debate
be
with
number
you
one
anytime.
on a lot of lists, and I wouldn't agree. I would not disagree with it. I
No
really
way.
wouldn't.
Tupac was way better. I'm sorry.
Tupac was great. Tupac was fucking great.
He slays.
I'm just glad none of you said that. I'm just glad that none of you have included ICP because I would have smacked
The
all
black
of you.
hole or Soren's eye.
Yeah, that's the true source right there. Snoop Dogg.
We actually didn't take a picture of a black hole. We took a picture of the ring of accreting
Dogg
matter around it.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
sorry, I'm
Yo,
super pedantic.
I swear to dude, I swear to God,
correct.
the next person I hear that says ICP is the greatest rap group of all time, I might just punch them in the face.
Yo,
Yeah,
I used to
I
think
would
ICP was stupid as fuck, but now I respected ICP more because they they have the political upper hands. Okay.
Really? How?
Oh, you should look.
Besides
into it.
having all of
Well, no, I'm just
besides
saying-
having all of their fans either been sex
I'm just
offenders
saying,
or people that don't shower.
Eminem almost got
Dude,
John
I
Kerry.
hate ICP. I used to hate ICP fans, but like honestly, lately they've been like in the top 10. Like
No.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
you
I
forget.
turned my head for like 1 minute. Where the fuck did
How
everybody go? Where the fuck did everybody go?
how quickly people forget. Eminem almost delivered John Kerry the presidency when he dropped Mosh 3 days before the election.
Yeah,
And
but
he
ICP
almost fucking did that. What did ICP do?
dude, they're hella liberal now.
Dude,
Yeah,
okay,
they're hella
Eminem.
liberal, but
No,
how did they
liberal,
almost
but
wait, hang on,
an
hang
actual
on.
election?
They're not liberal, but leftist.
Knock,
I'm
knock, let
surprised.
me-
How
how
did
much
they
you
almost turn a national
Knock,
election?
let me do the job for
Eminem
you.
almost did that.
Knock, let me do your job for you. Eminem is the only rapper to ever say, "I'd rather see the president dead to set precedents" in an actual song.
Yes.
And he's talking about George Bush. He said he would like to see George Bush dead.
Eminem has been one of the greatest leftists in the history of the world. Unfortunately, he says the derogatory F word towards homosexuality,
That's
and
bad.
it has smeared his fucking image.
Hey,
And
can I
wish
speak
he would
for
have
a
gotten
minute?
over it. I really do. I wish he wouldn't. I just don't do that, my dude. You know.
Look, I knew those dudes. Look, I live in that area. I knew those dudes from ICP. They're a bunch of fucking punks. They're not from Detroit. They're from Ferndale, all right?
Yeah, they're
off a
from
street
Ferndale.
called Goodrich.
No, Maynard is right.
Knock,
Sometimes.
knock. Before you get on Eminem for listen,
Hey,
before you get
no,
on,
no, real quick,
You're
real
talking
quick.
over Tioga. Go ahead, Tioga.
No, I just want to say real quick, and Kid Rock is not from Detroit. He's not. Kid Rock was born with a motherfucking silver spoon in his mouth, and he is
Kid
rich
Rock is
people.
from a dealership. His dad owns a car dealership.
Yeah,
he's
is
from.
rich
It's
people.
called Richie Chevrolet. All right, it's out in the suburbs. Kid Rock didn't come from Detroit. He came from the suburbs. Eminem came from like he could throw a brick across 8 Mile.
Yeah, like
Eminem
like
was right
Eminem
there,
was-
bro.
Yeah, yeah. Kid
Tioga,
Rock was a
you were
bitch.
trying to get in, Tioga. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I've been to Kid Rock shows and like it's okay. Like it's okay. Like his fans are okay. I don't believe in his but listen, the Juggalos, listen, I'm a deathcore fan. And the Juggalos, sometimes they have the good points, okay? It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
there's not even
I'm
a good.
not saying
There's
they
not
don't
even a
have
good
good points.
ICP album.
No.
Look, I know those
that's
dudes.
not
I
true.
know the Juggalos, and they're fake. They're fake.
but, yeah,
I
they are
know
fake.
them.
I remind you, they brought Carmen Electra onto their stage to garner fans, and people threw fucking bottles at her. They also did it with Tila Tequila, just to garner fans.
Tequila is a Nazi, so I don't blame them
Exactly.
for that. But
No, they brought her onto their stage to bring fans in, and motherfuckers brewed.
I know.
I knew Jay before he even had dreads.
I'm conflicted.
I'm telling you, I know these dudes. They ain't shit.
I'm a Michigander. Like Michigan music is our thing. Like Bob Seger is like a god. I'm just saying, he's a fucking god.
I'm from Iowa. There aren't any famous musicians out of Iowa that I know of.
Dude, I'm in Detroit, and I know. I'm telling you, them dudes are fake as fuck.
But wait, can somebody tell me where the hell I know the name Tila Tequila from?
From my
The internet.
I was never on MySpace.
All right, so Tila Tequila was actually kind of cool. Tila Wynn, fucking Bride of Christ. That bitch cray cray. I mean, that bitch is crazy.
Like, what does this woman do?
She is now like Tila.
She's a Nazi
Tila she's a fucking Nazi, and she's this really weird chick that literally thinks that she's the bride of Jesus Christ. I shit you not.
Yep. She do. Yeah.
I mean, I stopped covering her because like I wasn't like watching her videos before I was like live streaming, and then in one of her videos she literally abused her children.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can never cover this woman again like this.
Anyways, so Tila Tequila used to be she was bisexual and she was on the leftist side, and then she turned into a Nazi because she has psychosis, which I will not blame her for. But anyways, the Juggalos beat her up because she was being a Nazi at their show. That's not why I stan Juggalos, but I do think that Juggalos have become leftists in the past couple years. But anyways, yeah, Tila Tequila is not that cool. She used to be really
fucking
cool.
with what I'm doing.
Yeah, she's insane.
Don't change my name.
Wait till I get everything done before you change it back.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm lost.
Maynard
I
left.
don't know
We
what the
named
fuck
him
is going
Dopey
on.
because he smokes dope all the time.
Oh yeah, John is renaming people.
Oh,
Why
mine
is
could be
my
way
name
better.
Hottie? Is my name
I thought,
Hottie?
well, no, I thought Mark was using my avatar. I was going to try and change everybody's avatar, but it won't.
Mine should totally be senior Amelia Clark Stan. I mean, let's get real here.
Here's Clockwork Rex. Oh.
You
John,
I swear to God.
John, your computer is so far behind mine.
Okay, go ahead, Quentin. You can put your shit back. Where'd he go? Oh, he's not even here anymore.
Quentin usually has pretty bad internet.
Well, no, wait a minute. Or did he change his picture? Oh, he's still here. He changed his picture.
Oh yeah,
to,
he's red now. He's red now.
This is me if I would have grown up in the trailer park.
Wow.
That's the inside joke behind this
4
picture.
hours, man. What do you think? It's been 4 hours.
We stand trailer parks here, I think.
Somebody's got the stream coming through.
Probably Clockwork.
Hey, Leo, I need to kidnap you for another stream at some point, man.
Sure. Just let me know when. It can't be tomorrow because Math Pig's having a stream, so I will be there.
Yeah, I know.
Are you going to be there?
I'm going to try to be.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
ICP
is a fucking joke. They're a joke in Detroit, bro. I know where these dudes grow up, man, before they had braids. They was on Goodrich, man, on the other side of Hilton. There's a bunch of punks, man. I'll tell you what, I'm about a mile and a half from where Marshall Mathers grew up. That dude's the real deal. I ain't a fan, but he's a real deal, man.
As long as
Kid Rock.
capitalist.
Yeah, Kid Rock's a punk from like the suburbs, man. Like at least 50 minutes out from the suburbs, bro. Kid Rock's, he's cool, but he ain't it. Eminem's the real deal. Believe that.
Hey, Knock.
Yo. Yeah.
I'm thinking about wrapping this up. What do you think?
Yeah, yes, I do want to wrap it up, but I do want to reiterate on what Maynard Saves is saying. I literally did a video once Kid Rock announced that he was going to run for the Senate here in Michigan. I did a video where I did an aerial layout of the house he grew up in. This dude is oligarchy. He is a
Yeah, he came from Bob Ritchie. He owns an it's a GMC dealership.
Yeah, I'm talking about Kid Rock, right?
The dude's
Everybody
fake.
knows he's
Kid
on the right.
Rock, yeah.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah,
fucking.
vote for the
Ted
guy.
Nugent.
Vote for the guy that had a sex tape with the lead singer of Creed. Everybody, that's a great idea.
Well, he's
Yeah,
the guy
exactly.
that literally, like he cuts a hole in the American flag so he can like fucking go on stage wearing it.
Yeah,
This dude-
he's a gung ho fucking. Yeah, he's a douchebag.
Oh man, I
Is that a real picture?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but it's awesome.
Dude, that was wow.
Could you imagine
I would
being
so love
high
to get
in
stoned in
space?
space.
Yes. Oh my fucking
Oh my God.
that's a dream.
Could you imagine going to space without any weed?
There ain't no laws.
Let me just
I
tell
would
you
have to
guys,
be high
as an
to go to
autodidact
space.
astrophysicist, you would go to space, whether you're sober or high or drunk or whatever, and you would enjoy it for about 5 minutes. After that, you can be like, all right, get me the fuck back into gravity because I can't
No
do
way.
this shit anymore.
No
you
way.
think I'm fucking around?
Dude, I'm
No way.
looking for my old lady's coconut oil.
I would
Talk to
smoke with
anybody
Leo
that's
for
been
like
fitting.
5 hours. I would smoke with Leo for like 5 hours. He'd be fine. He's fine.
Yeah, you just got to smoke, Leo. I mean,
I do smoke weed. I
I
just
am
don't
a
have any. I'm
pothead.
broke as
I am firmly of the conviction that I could go to space.
Hey, Leo.
And I could get
Yeah,
high every day.
I have
Get
I have the proof. I have the
Leo,
proof that no.
What?
All right.
get my email from Knock or John.
All right. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
give it to you. Hey, so look, we're gonna wrap this
I'll
up.
send you something, brother.
We've been. Wait a minute. All right, we're gonna wrap this up. Wait a minute.
Hey, John Peterson.
What's up?
I harvested about 3.5 pounds this year, so who cares, right?
Holy sh! You live
Oh
in Colorado.
my God. Come see me right now, Maynard. You got a half hour.
Dude, I haven't been high in like 3
I'm
weeks.
waiting for you to come to Michigan, John. I can't
Yeah.
wait.
I'm telling you what, I'm off parole on December 6th, 2022. On December 7th, I will be seeing you and Knock.
Yes, he will.
Dude,
And
I
we're gonna-
guarantee you will never have been as high in your life.
Right.
He might not be seeing us, Maynard.
All right. Here's the thing.
We'll be there, but you ain't gonna see us.
Randolph, I'm going to add this. This is the last one we're going to show because we're going to wrap everything up.
The last one I've got to share.
Okay.
Hey, love you, Knock. Love you, Leo. Love you, John. See you guys all later.
All right.
Hey,
Take care.
It's
Great
been
to
way
meet
too
you.
long, my dude, man.
By the way-
smoke weed every day, Maynard says.
Yeah, smoke weed every day.
James
Okay,
Hogue.
so we're going to go around the room, give everybody a final word, and give them some chill time. We'll start with the ginger.
I don't think he's there.
Viva la Resistance. Go sub to Ginger Nation. Follow me on Twitter and Snapchat and Instagram. Also, Eminem is the GOAT. Kendrick Lamar is the second best rapper. Peace, y'all.
All right. And then
I am going to have a debate with Quentin Phipps on that bullshit. I'm just going to have to.
Clockwork Rex, take your first and final words.
Yeah, fair enough. I had a friend who came across a pot field, and there was a deer laying dead in the middle of it. He had eaten so much of the pot that it killed it. If you can believe that. Wasn't a big deer, but it was a deer, and he just like gorged himself on it.
Oh my fucking god, this shit pisses me off.
That what? Oh shit! What do you got? What's wrong, with Clockwork?
Was that a Canadian deer?
I don't know what kind of deer it was. No, it wasn't a moose. Canadian deers are mooses.
We got deer and moose. We got deer and moose up here.
All right.
They know not to gorge on that stuff.
Leo,
They take it in moderation.
Leo,
What's up? What's up?
final words. Chill.
Oh,
Final
so
words.
first off, James Hogue, how can I stalk somebody that lives 4,500 miles away across a fucking ocean? That just okay. Anyway, so yeah, subscribe to my channel. It's not Emilia Clarke's future husband. It's Leo Phileas. Everybody should know that by now. Follow me on Twitter and subscribe to Speed of Sound of Gravity. He's actually putting out content. But my buddy just mailed me the MacBook that I bought from him today. So hopefully that gets here next week. I will be sitting down with MathPig, the Holy Spackle. I think Scientist Mel is going to be. There's going to be a couple others that know how to use OBS Studios and stuff like that. They're going to help me figure out how to do that. And then after I figure out how to use OBS Studios and get familiarized with that and with the editing program I'm going to use, I will definitely be rolling out content like there is no fucking tomorrow, because I've got a lot of it to make. Oh, and Stan Emilia Clarke.
Awesome. Randolph.
Thanks for having such a wonderfully entertaining show today. It's been great.
Yeah, it has been good.
People can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. Also working on a new project with Neil the 604 Atheist. We're going to have the first Canadian Atheism call-in program that we know of. It will be taking live calls.
Q already does it.
Yeah, and then you can subscribe to that channel by going to youtube.truenorthtalk.ca. Or the website www.truenorthtalk.ca has a link there. My own YouTube channel is youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F. Thank you very much for having me on. Appreciate it.
Hey, Randolph, I love you, man.
I love all of you. Love you too.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, Randolph, and to John's point,
always fun here.
This will be the first Canadian Atheist call-in show, which is Randolph's organization with Neil.
Yeah.
What? Wait a minute. Oh, Canadian. Oh, as in the organization's first call. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Canadian
Atheist
I thought he
is
was
the name of the
claiming
organization.
I thought he was claiming that they were going to be the first atheists to ever have a call-in show.
No, not at
First
all.
one in Canada. First one in Canada, as far as we know. So
What's that?
the first one in Canada, as far as we know.
Well, no, Shannon Q's been doing it for a while.
Well, but
There's a live call-in program.
It's
the line.
It's Jimmy Snow.
That's Jimmy Snow, John.
Yeah, he's got the line, and Jimmy Snow.
I'm getting the name wrong, but she started a call-in show a couple months ago.
No, she's a Canadian that participates in a call-in show. She also
The
does
Line
it on the
is the
Atheist
show,
Experience.
and that's a channel
What Randolph is saying, this will be the first Canadian call-in show.
Oh, well, what did she do? So she kind of mirrors it on her channel then.
Well, yeah, because it's Jimmy Snow.
We're just going through renovation.
She goes live on her channel when the call-in show's going on.
Yeah, I mean, people multi-stream all the time. Yes.
Yeah. Well, then she would be a person live streaming in Canada and doing.
Well, yeah, the claim isn't the first Canadian call-in show, John. It's the first call-in show in Canada.
Totally fucking with you, dude. Don't worry about it. All right, Tioga.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Randa.
Hi.
Tioga.
I don't have a YouTube channel. I do have an Instagram at trawtechem.com or traw.techem. You can stand me or you can stand Neophilius on YouTube. And have a good night, guys. Love y'all.
Hey, thanks for coming on, dear.
Oh, I suggest maybe put in a word for Jen Aldrich's Atheist Wind Down show if you happen to know the address, Rage.
Oh yes, I will definitely be getting that in the description, and I'm gonna get better about putting everybody that comes in the live rooms links as well. I've been bad.
Yeah, well, she made a special appearance today. I think it's very nice thing to do just for her.
Oh my God, I'm still on like meltdown mode. So
last time she popped in, I put her, or no, she was in live chat. I popped it in the
oh yeah
video description. So yeah, we got to get that in there. Get Randolph's in there. We'll get everybody's in there.
Thanks.
And I'm Horseface or Donkey Brains, and I do the Apostate Alliance on Sundays here on the Rage, 11 a.m. Eastern. I would tell you who we're having Sunday, but I don't have my calendar in front of me. But Friday night, Eastern time, 8 o'clock, and it'll be 10 a.m. in Australia at that time. And we're going to have I think it's the third or fourth Women of Atheism Roundtable. and the theme this month is women atheists from down under. And that should be a really good one. And I want to announce too that I'm already looking ahead to next month's Women of Atheism Roundtable, and I talked to Mama Atheist. She's agreed to join us, and
great.
We're going to do Women of Atheism, Women of Atheism Roundtable, Atheist Women of Science. So it's going to be all female atheist scientists. So it'll be on that stream.
That's great.
Yeah, John is doing really good work. And I'm the Rage. Tomorrow, CJ will be on 3 p.m. Eastern time. John will be coming in to have a conversation with CJ as well. And we'll be talking about how, being open with your sexuality isn't degrading towards society. CJ is a very right-wing dude, an honest interlocutor, but a right-wing dude. It should be a very good conversation. And outside of that, I don't really have much for you guys. I'll be in contact and updating about my health condition and all of that. But I got 2 weeks, and I'm going to be putting out a lot of edited videos when I decide to start doing so. So that'll be coming.
Are you at least feeling better today?
Oh yeah. I'm good. I'm through the dangerous time, but with COVID, I guess the dangerous time is really like about 3 months. So it could come back really at any time and affect me. But I'm pretty much out of the danger zone, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Great. Excellent.
Excellent. Just let me say, I was converted during this stream. I am now 100% down with Knox's desire to have Smokey come into our live streams anytime he wants. He can have the floor and talk at length if he wants, because there's no greater indictment of Smokey Saint than to let him say his own words.
Yes, and I do want to send a very special thank you to Jen Aldridge for maybe doing one of the greatest things I've ever seen on YouTube. I want to commend her for her bravery and for just being her. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody else would have done or taken the approach that Jen took tonight, and I fucking love it. I love every minute of it.
Yeah, just remember, if you use red sheets on your bed,
she did great. She did fantastic. Yeah. What would be interesting, I think, would be to have Smokey Saint teamed up with G-Man on this show.
Oh yes.
Oh my God.
And maybe we'll make it happen. Maybe, because G-Man has this thing. He wants to convert me. So
seems like everything G-Man touches turns into a disaster.
Yeah. Yes. But I will say, G-Man doesn't really like Smokey too much. He thinks he's kind of fake. I saw that in SJ's
You can get them debating with each other.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Maybe.
Oh
maybe.
my God, that would be
maybe
mono e mono. This would be derp e derp.
John, could you imagine Drag as the moderator?
Oh,
you're talking Dragnut Silvas?
Yes.
Oh man. Oh, he'd probably love it.
No, Randolph. He was talking about Dragnut Johnson.
Whoops.
Somebody says the name Dragnut. You mean Dragnut Silvas? There's all these Dragnuts out there.
Dragnut.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about Dragnut.
All right. So say the tagline, Knock.
Yeah, the tagline is "Be the Conversation." No Patreon screen. I will probably be in Smokey Saint's side chat trolling because I'm sure he's triggered, and I want to see it. So,
did you see he's live right now?
Yeah, he was supposed to start at 11. Yeah, so be the conversation.
Put the link in your YouTube description to his video. If that might trigger him even more.
Yes, I will.
Probably gonna head over there.
Yeah, head over there.
Finishing watching this can go to that one next.
Yeah, head over there. I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna put the link to that video in the description. So yeah, check it out. So be the conversation. Have a good night, and fuck Smokey.